Chun Xiang stared at the black boxes. These boxes did not mention what kind of ingredients were inside, but there was a price marked on them, and Chun Xiang saw a box that was worth 500 million spar. Chun Xiang stared at the black boxes. These boxes did not mention what kind of ingredients were inside, but there was a price marked on them, and Chun Xiang saw a box that was worth 500 million spar. This box is worth 500 million. Does it mean that the elixirs inside are worth 500 million? Chun Xiang asked. Some of the boxes were ridiculously expensive. These are all part of the same set of medicinal herbs. For many alchemists, the spirit herbs inside are all worth their money. Our shop will not let you down. Open the box. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with the spirit herbs inside. But right now, I cannot tell you what kind of spirit herbs are inside. This is a kind of game. You have to keep it fun, and it can even bring you a pleasant surprise. The woman explained in detail. Chun Xiang told Long Shui to take a look at what was inside the box. His consciousness could not enter, but Long Shui could. They are two types of spiritual medicines. However, judging from their L.U.S. ter, they are the kind that are half dead and half alive. However, they are very rare, so they are also worth that price. Long Shui said, then carefully told Su Meiyao the appearances of the two spirit medicines. It's the deer-refining Dan's medicine. One of them is called the golden rock fruit. The other is called the spirit ginseng. Although they are about to die, they are still very precious. They shouldn't be able to live anymore. But you have the creation divine liquid. You can definitely live. Su Meiyao said. From her tone of voice, it seemed like she wanted Chun Xiang to take down the box. Chun Xiang carried the box, and just as he was about to pay the bill, a man in blue suddenly barged in and rudely had the box. What are you doing? Chun Xiang frowned. He kicked towards the man's abdomen and kicked it away. The blue-clothed man immediately became furious. Are you courting death? I want this box. Hand it over quickly. Without saying a word, Chun Xiang walked over to the counter and handed over the 500 million spar to the shopkeeper. I've already bought it. Chun Xiang said lightly, do you know who I am? In the Pill City, there are few people who dare to offend me. I had taken a fancy to this box before, but at that time I was not strong enough to be a spar. If you know what's good for you, you can just obediently give it to me. The blue-clothed man's sword-like eyebrows slanted inwards, and he had a fierce expression on his face. This blue-clothed man had a rather bleak aura, had delicate skin and tender flesh, and was also very rude and unreasonable. It was clear that he came from an extraordinary background, but this was the kind of guy that Chun Xiang was least afraid of. I really don't know who you are. Even if I do, I will not give it to you. Chun Xiang did not say much and placed the box into the ring. My father is the Dan King from the Dan Alliance. The blue-clothed man flew into a rage and brought his father out. Chun Xiang came to Dan City with the intention of slapping the faces of the group of Dan Kinges in Dan Alliance. So, of course, he wasn't afraid. If you don't move away, then I'll make my move. Even if your father is the leader, I won't let you have it. Chun Xiang's expression turned cold. The spirit refinement pellet was also known as the deer-refining Dan. It was able to strengthen a person's spiritual sense. If not for the fact that he was growing it, the Thunder Heaven School would not sell it. He, who was secretly training in the Tao of the DS, needed this sort of pill the most. If you offend me, Tan Zhongxin, you definitely won't get anything good out of it. Let me ask you again, are you going to give it to me? Tan Zhongxin was furious. He grabbed onto Chun Xiang's sleeves. Chun Xiang was enraged. Without much words, he immediately sent out a slap. The power of the heaven-blasting palm's palm brought about a great impact as it struck onto Tan Zhongxin's face, causing the stone tiles on the entire street to jump up in shock. Tan Zhongxin's face was even shattered by the palm, and his entire body sank into the ground. Mother ***, you want to force me to take action. Chun Xiang groaned, turned, and left, while Tan Zhongxin was completely stunned. He was the son of the Dan King, yet he was casually slapped like a fly. Moreover, after hitting him, the other party did not take him seriously at all. It was as if he was swatting an annoying fly. "Stop him! Stop him!" Tan Zhongxin reacted, ignoring his own mouth pain as he shouted loudly. Was indeed very domineering in the Pale City, but he was only for those who did not have any strength, a guy who only dared to bully the weak and fear the strong. "Right, what's your father's name?" Qin Xiang suddenly turned his head and asked. "Dan King Tansheng, if you have the guts to leave your name, I will definitely repay you in the future." Tan Zhongxin struggled to get up. "Me. I am from Super Martial School. My name is Chen Xiang. You must remember to come to Super Martial School to find me for revenge in the future." Qin Xiang waved and turned to leave. The Chen Xiang of Super Martial School. The people on the street were all stunned. However, upon closer inspection, they felt that the portrait on the bounty notice was very similar to the one on the bounty notice. It was just that the real person had become much younger. Although Super Martial School did not have a rank, nor did he have a rank in Dan Alliance, but he was still very famous. This was all because of Huang Jintian and Qin Xiang. "Even if it's Qin Xiang, I will make him pay the price. You have the guts to come here and seek death after offending Feng Clan." Tan Zhongxin shouted, but Chen Xiang had already disappeared at the end of the street. Qin Xiang was not afraid of exposing his ident. Tai, so he quickly changed his appearance and went to investigate the background of this Dan King Tansheng. After some investigation, he found out that Tansheng was a new member of the Dan Alliance. Because his strength was relatively strong, he had a lot of prestige in the Dan Alliance. Dan King Tansheng, if you want to blame something, you can only blame your son for it. I will quickly go and find trouble with you. Qin Xiang calculated in his heart. He planned to go to the Ding Sheng pill shop to pick out destiny boxes, and then use the items there to refine pills. If one could use the spirit medicine inside the destiny box to successfully refine a pellet, not only would they be able to return to the spar that bought the box, they would also be able to get the same kind of spirit medicine as the destiny box. The spirit medicine in the destiny box were all dying. It was very difficult to refine them into pills. If they failed, a large amount of spar would be lost. I will first refine 3 mid-grade ground-level pills. Then we will talk about it later. I must properly wash this pill city. Qin Xiang decided to stay here for a while to extinguish sprees. He had the ingredients for high-grade ground-level pills. If he could master a middle-grade ground-level pill, he would be able to try to refine a high-grade ground-level pill. At that time, he would have to take the examination and become a pill sect. Right now, the world was not as simple as great war between 3 realms. There were still many secrets hidden inside. The demon realm and the other devil realm were relatively calm, but this was just an illusion. Pill City was very big. It was established in the continent of the king and was one of the biggest cities in the south. Because the continent of the king had the Devil Subduing College and the Fire Divine Palace, there were a lot of people present on this huge piece of land. When this matter spread, many people came to Pill City. If they caught Qin Xiang, they would be able to get 20 Relive Dan, and both White Sea Imperial Land and Feng Clan would have a bounty of 20 pills. Perhaps I can use the 72 changes to transform myself, and then I can use it to claim the bounty, haha. Qin Xiang secretly laughed. There were a lot of people from all over the continent of the king. There were many demonic cultivators from all over the Devil Realm, but none of them were discovered. There were a lot of people from all over the continent of the king. There were many demonic cultivators from all over the Devil Realm, but none of them were discovered. Now that they knew Qin Xiang had appeared in Pill City, they all rushed to the city from different parts of the continent of the king. However, as if he had evaporated into thin air, after beating up Dan King's son, he disappeared without a trace. Qin Xiang was still in Pill City, but his concealing ability was extremely strong, and he had grasped a technique that could change his appearance. Only someone like Ji Meixian, who had a natural instinct, would be able to find him. In the backyard of a middle-leveled inn in Pill City, Qinxiang found a room where he concocted pills. This room was filled with all sorts of array formations, preventing the qi from leaking out while concocting pills. Although the deer-refining dan was only a middle ground level, it was extremely precious. This was because there were no high-grade ground level S or pellets that could help with spiritual sense, and the effects of the deer-refining dan were extremely strong, especially for cultivators. Many old fellows would need to rely on this pellet to cultivate their spiritual sense. Thunder Heaven School is really not a person who specializes in handling pills. Even a good goldenrock fruit was turned into this by them. On Qinxiang's palm was a fruit that looked like a golden rocks. However, its color was now dim and it did not have any signs of life. The golden rock fruit was a type of spirit fruit with a strong soul and a strong soul. Because it looked like a golden rock, it received a name that could be directly eaten to enhance one's spiritual sense and strengthen one's soul. The soul ginseng is about to die. It's all because of the lack of spirit energy. It seems like the person taking care of these spirit medicines was very careless. They actually cultivated at the place where they were planted and absorbed all the spirit energy, not even sparing the spirit energy in the spirit medicines. Su Meiyao snorted. A soul parameter was a thumb-sized ginseng. It was very small, but it was wrapped in a layer of faint mist. This sort of soul parameter could give birth to a special kind of soul power that could help a person strengthen their soul consciousness. Qinxiang was not willing to let go of these two bizarre spirit medicines and dripped Creation Divine Liquid S on top of them. Not long after, the goldenrock fruit started to emit a dazzling golden light, just like a small golden rock. It was lifelike, making people praise the supernatural arts of the heaven and earth, unexpectedly giving birth to such a beautiful fruit. The thumb-sized spirit ginseng had a faint layer of multicolored light surrounding it, about the size of a fist. The two stalks of spirit herbs that were on the verge of death once again regained their vitality, and then Qinxiang was going to cut them open, and then use the Creation Divine Liquid S to duplicate them in large amounts. He cut the golden rock fruit into two halves and dripped a certain number of Creation Divine Liquid S onto it. The golden rock fruit that was split into two halves quickly grew out the missing half and turned into two golden rock fruits. Now that he had entered the nirvana stage, the number of Creation Divine Liquid he condensed every day was even more. After half a day, he used a big bottle of Creation Divine Liquid to duplicate 10 sets of main ingredients for the spirit refinement pellet. When he was refining the deer-refining dan, Qinxiang was already thinking of carving some of the spirit grain into this pill and refining it into a treasured pellet. However, before he could think too much about it, he failed in the first batch. This made him very surprised because when he was refining, the change inside the furnace was different from when he was practicing it. Originally, he had been able to refine it smoothly based on his own experience. But after adjusting it even further in the foreseeing alchemy, it caused the furnace to explode. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even if he had failed when using the foreseeing alchemy in the past, the majority of it was not a problem with the foreseeing alchemy. His foundation of foreseeing alchemy could be said to be very solid, more solid than when most alchemists started using it. He had a large number of high-level pellets and used the foreseeing alchemy to refine them, thus laying a very solid foundation. But now he had actually made a very big mistake in his practice. What's going on? Qinxiang frowned, and then he refined another set of new Creation Divine Liquid S. He still had a lot of them, so Su Meiyao, Baiyu, and the others could copy a lot of new ingredients inside. This time it was the same as last time. After melting all the main supporting ingredients, in order to get all the medicine aura and medicinal powders together, an error had occurred and the furnace had exploded. It doesn't make sense. It's fine if it's wrong once, but can't deer-refining dan use foreseeing alchemy to deduce? Qinxiang muttered. Su Meiyao knew where the problem was, but she did not explain it to Qinxiang. Instead, she said, "If you want to learn to discover the problem yourself, I can teach you for a while, but I can't teach you for a lifetime. Your path of alchemy is still very long and will surpa mine sooner or later." It was always Su Meiyao who reminded him that if he made mistakes in the past, he would be able to quickly discover the problem, but not train his ability to discover the problem. It would also cause him to gradually lose his ability in this area, or even weaken his ability in this area. Su Meiyao wanted to make Qin Xiang's reliance on her weaken, and it would be a bad thing for him to continue to develop in the long run. On the other hand, there wasn't any problems with the early stage, because Qin Xiang's current foundation was already very solid. Qin Xiang was currently refining his refining Dan silently, and he was even more serious than before. He had been together with Su Meiyao for so long, so he naturally knew what Su Meiyao was thinking right now. The third attempt had failed. During the explosion of the furnace, he seemed to have caught something, but it was still very vague, so he tried again to confirm what he was thinking. "I understand refining Dan are different from other pills. When refining this kind of pill, there are too many variables, and it is impossible to deduce the mistake simply by using foreseeing alchemy." Qin Xiang's eyes shone with a red glow. Su Meiyao was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Back then, she was also stuck refining refining Dan, and that could be said to be the first great obstacle in her life in pill refining. She had been trapped for a whole few years, and now, thinking about it, she couldn't help but sigh. However, a freak like Qin Xiang was able to comprehend the difficulty in just a short half a day. "Do you really understand?" Su Meiyao asked with an astonished tone. "And I feel that one scenario in my mind is not enough. I feel that I need to simulate at least 3 scenarios before I can successfully refine this refining Dan." Qin Xiang said seriously, "I now understand why I failed so miserably before in refining the relive Dan. So it was in this area." Su Meiyao was once again shocked by Qin Xiang's monstrous talent. Back then, it took her several years to comprehend this point, and the master who taught her alchemy was the same as her now. He wouldn't give her any hints, so she would personally find out the problem. However, Qin Xiang had only failed 4 batches, and was able to determine the root of the problem. Furthermore, he was even able to think of a way to solve it. That's right, in the world of the high-level alchemist, this is known as the foreseeing alchemy. It is said that alchemists that are at the level of the Dan Immortal are able to undergo 100 repet. 1 tie-ins, and they have to fuse the 100 repet. 1 tie-ins together before distinguish. Plussing the most accurate mistakes within, in order to be able to correct the mistakes in reality. Su Meiyao explained. 100 repeating refinement. Qin Xiang felt a headache just thinking about it. Even the most basic of repet, tie-ins and refinements would sometimes make him unable to endure it, much less the 100 layered waves. That spiritual requirement was very high, and one had to be able to determine the most precise one. 100 repeating refinement. Qin Xiang felt a headache just thinking about it. Even the most basic of repet, tie-ins and refinements would sometimes make him unable to endure it, much less the 100 layered waves. That spiritual requirement was very high, and one had to be able to determine the most precise one. Seems like it's hard to control. Qin Xiang sighed. Of course, refining Dan only needs to be refined twice, and once again, it can be successfully refined. If it's refined 3 times, it would be within the range of a superior grade ground level pellet. If you were to use the 3rd stage of foreseeing alchemy to refine refining Dan, you would see even more mistakes. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang thought for a while, then said, I'll use the pill that I'm most familiar with to try out the 2nd stage of foreseeing alchemy, and try the refining Dan after I'm familiar with it. If you can master the 2nd stage of foreseeing alchemy, it will be even easier for you to refine pills in the future. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang began to try to refine it. He had refined 9 quenching body dan. He had concocted many of these pills. The majority of them were sold to Gu Dongchen for his spar. Ever since Ji Meixian appeared, Su Meiyao did not dare to leave the Yuyao ring. If Ji Meixian found out that she and Bai Yuyu were secretly helping him, then he would be in even more danger in the future. Second stage for seeing alchemy was extremely difficult to control, especially at the start. Even if someone were to offer guidance, it would be very difficult to learn, and one would have to rely on their own comprehension to understand it. Originally, Chun Xiang had planned to learn the 3rd round of refinement 3 times in one go, but after trying it out with the 9 quenching body dan, he knew that the difficulty level was beyond his imagination. The first attempt would take 3 days, and it was only until he tried using the low rank profound level pill did he manage to touch a hair on it, and only then was he able to practice it to a great extent. The hardest thing to do was to repeat the refining scene in one's mind and see it as just one time. From this, one could be sure of the correct deduction. When refining Ji, dear refining Dan, there were unexpected variables that required a lot of practice before one could overcome. Therefore, there was a huge difference between low-grade, profound, level pills and Ji. Dear refining Dan pills used to practice. After Chun Xiang slowly grasped it, he realized that it was much easier to refine it, as if he could see any changes that would happen in the future. Of course, this was because the pill itself did not change. 5 days had passed, and Chun Xiang had already successfully refined a middle-grade ground level S congenital Jiuandan with the 2nd layer of foreseeing alchemy. If you master the 2nd and 3rd times, you would be able to handle any mid-grade ground level pills. If you want to level up, you will have to learn the 3rd and 3rd time. Su Meiyao said, although the 3rd round of refinement was 1 stage higher than the 2nd stage. Chun Xiang had tried it before, and he felt that it was more than 10 times more difficult than the 2nd round. After all, that was a high rank ground level pellet. All right, I'll start refining the Ji. Dear refining Dan now. If I succeed, I'll be able to stir up trouble in Dan City. Chun Xiang was still worried about the Destiny Box. If Long Shuai could see what the Destiny Box had, he would go to the Feng Clan and the White Sea Imperial Land to pick the best Destiny Box and gamble on the scene. He would refine the dying herbs in the Destiny Box into spirit pellets and let these 2 powers bleed for it. Right now, he felt that he did not have enough spiritual sense, especially when he needed to undergo the 3rd round of refinement. It was no wonder that many high-level alchemists were old geezers. On the other hand, consuming Ji, dear refining Dan would allow his consciousness to rapidly grow stronger. Once again refining the Ji, dear refining Dan, his confidence increased exponentially as 2 simulations of refining another pellet appeared in his mind. Although there were 2 of them, in his mind there was only one. To combine the 2, see through 2 different scenarios, and grasp onto the variables within. This way, he would be able to perform the most correct refinement. Previously, when he was refining the pills without any variables, it was already difficult for him to do it twice. Now that there were variables, it was even more difficult. His spiritual sense was already strong to begin with, so there was no need to mention others. It was no wonder that alchemists at his age would mostly stop at earth-grade, low-rank Dan. Even if they died trying, they would only be able to refine medium-grade, and that was only a small minority. At the very least, Dan Alliance, who were known to have at most produced alchemist, none had such a character. With a pum sound, the Yanlong furnace shook. Although it had exploded, it had improved a lot this time. To be able to enter the 2nd half, he had made a mistake when splitting the pellets. He thought that it was definitely possible, but the difficulty would be much higher. However, if he succeeded, he would be able to use 1 portion of the ingredients to concoct a cauldron, but he could use 3 portions to concoct 3 batches of herbs. It was obvious to see who was stronger. This was also the path he had been persevering on. It was a type of spirit. Su Meiyao muttered to himself inside the serene demon ring. Not mentioning him, he even wanted to refine 2 pellets. Did he really think he was growing cabbages? A high-level pellet could only give 2, and this was only the limit of the top alchemistess. Under normal circumstances, alchemist would only be able to give 1 pellet to someone else. I must succeed this time. Chen Xiang took a few deep breaths, adjusted his breathing, and calmed himself down before recovering to peak condition. As time passed, with Chen Xiang gradually entering a perfect state and very quickly reaching the final moment, he had to decide how many pills to concoct, and the key to success or failure in concocting the pellet. Inside the pill furnace, the turbid golden cyclone was extremely dy, but it was still torn apart by Chen Xiang's spiritual sense, becoming 3 parts. If he did not separate them, then when he condensed the pills, it would only be the internal orders of the cyclone, and when the dense medicine aura outside dispersed, it would be equivalent to spending money on it. This time, he successfully divided the pills into 3 parts, and even used his mana to compress the 3 cyclones into pills. It's a success. Chen Xiang's face was covered in sweat. His complexion was haggard, but he felt extremely accomplished. This was because he had successfully refined 3G. Derefining Dan S. A portion of derefining Dan S medicine could produce 3 pills in a single furnace. And with such a high-quality pill, it would definitely be enough to scare those old Dan King S silly. Heart of Dan Goldenrock Dance. Chen Xiang looked at the thumb-sized white pellet, and surprisingly, there was a very small golden rock in it, which seemed to dance happily around. Monster, Su Meiyao muttered. Although this was not the first time she had seen Chen Xiang display such monstrous talent, she was still shocked. Chen Xiang laughed, and then threw the 3G, derefining Dan S into his mouth and chewed them up like he was eating peanut and swallowed them down in a few bites. If 3G, derefining Dan were to eat it together, the medicinal power would be immense and ordinary people would not be able to endure it. However, since Chen Xiang had the spirit cultivating stage of the imperial dragon race, the 9-turn dragon G, D mantra, he was naturally able to bear it. As the medicinal power spread, it drew upon the innate qi within his body and fused with it, turning into a kind of strange power. It nourished his soul and shot straight into the spirit, entering into the divine soul within his sea of consciousness. The geo-derefining Dan's effect was extremely good, and Chen Xiang was very satisfied. At this time, his innate qi had been turned into a strange power by the medicinal power and was refining his soul. From time to time, the clear cry of a golden rock would come from his sea of consciousness, making him feel as if a divine power had suddenly poured into him, causing him to feel incomparably comfortable. The derefining Dan's effect was extremely good, and Chen Xiang was very satisfied. At this time, his innate qi had been turned into a strange power by the medicinal power and was refining his soul. From time to time, the clear cry of a golden rock would come from his sea of consciousness, making him feel as if a divine power had suddenly poured into him, causing him to feel incomparably comfortable. Of course, 3G, derefining Dan S was still too little for someone like him, who cultivated the divine way. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu S, which allowed him to condense Creation Divine Liquid S. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fill up the bottomless hole in his soul. His soul was now at the mature stage. According to Long Shuai, the first stage of cultivation for the soul were infant growth, transformation, maturation, and perfection. These stages were close to perfection in the later stages, and once the soul was perfect, one could enter a higher realm. The 9-turn Dragon D mantra now displayed extraordinary strength and quickly displayed the perfect amount of power of the 3G derefining Dan S medicine, causing Chen Xiang's soul to strengthen a little. Looks like I'll need to refine a few more derefining Dan to break through. I'll have to at least enter the mature 5th level. Chen Xiang was in an extremely good condition. He took out the derefining Dan's medicinal ingredients and started to refine the pills. Because derefining Dan were different when he did not have the solid second, try to refine the foundation. He would not try to inscribe the spirit grain. Although he did not lack spiritual herbs, it did not mean that he would waste money. A month had said, and ever since Qin Xiang had slapped Dan King, Tan Sheng's son, he had not appeared again. Every time someone brought up this matter, they would bring it up, making him feel extremely unhappy. However, this was a grudge between the younger generation, so naturally he could not go to the super martial school to look for Qin Xiang on his own. Those people who came for the sake of capturing Qin Xiang all thought that their trip here was a waste. They searched the entire Pill City, almost everywhere, but were unable to find Qin Xiang. It was normal that Ji Meixian would come to find Qin Xiang. Back then, she and the Feng Clan Sky Maiden had been forced to flee in every direction due to Qin Xiang's punishment from the Dragon Rage, causing them to lose a lot of face. They had come to take revenge on Qin Xiang. She absolutely could not let Qin Xiang fall into the hands of others, and even more so, she could not let Qin Xiang die. Huang Jintian had previously said that those who made a move on Qin Xiang would need to be conceited about the consequences. Now that 2 of the Heavenly Sons had died, the Heavenly Sons of the ancient powers would not dare to act rashly. She stood on top of a tall building, and from the window, she looked down at the courtyard Qin Xiang was in. She muttered with her brows knit together, "Wu Qing's little disciple is indeed a powerful Dan immortal, and this brat has displayed such high talent in alchemy at such a young age. Could it be that he has a deep relations, I+P with the little disciple of the heartless old demon?" But she wasn't sure. Wu Qing's whereabouts are unknown. According to the legends, his 2 disciples are already dead. How did a mortal world appear? Ji Meixian shook his head. What she did not know was that Qin Xiang and Su Meiyao's relations, I+P, was indeed very good. It could even be said that Qin Xiang's master was him, and he even had a very deep relations, I+P, with Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang did not know that Su Meiyao had hidden his strength so deeply, yet he was actually a Dan immortal. Ji Meixian would not attack Qin Xiang because she did not have the confidence to take Qin Xiang down, especially after seeing Qin Xiang's terrifying 4-phase magic kung fu last time. She had felt that he was even stronger than when she fought Su Meiyao. This was also because Qin Xiang had trained in the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu and used a portion of the 4 symbols divine weapons S. No matter what, this boy is my great enemy. He actually did that sort of thing to me. Ji Meixian was the first to do the evil thing that Qin Xiang had done to her, and she could not help but become embarrassed, said an angry Wisconsin plussing that she could fly down and give Qin Xiang a fatal blow. On the other hand, all of the seniors who entered Rough and Random Profound Land were out, including the group of grave robbers from the Duan clan. They had all suffered different degrees of injuries, and now that they were inside the Pill City, the alchemists of the big powers were usually amongst them. This matter caused quite a big commotion in Pill City. With so many powerful old fellows working together, they actually were unable to defeat the Rough and Random Profound Land. This showed just how terrifying the interior of the Rough and Random Profound Land was. 10 Heaven's Supreme Lord, the first Heavenly Emperor to unite the various races of heaven and earth. How could his grave be moved by these mere mortals? On the other hand, that D.A.M. Nabal Little B. A.S.T.A.R.D. actually managed to see the Lion Mountain and even took my Ji Meixian fiercely stomped her foot and stopped thinking about it. If not, she would really be unable to resist and attack Qin Xiang. When she thought of this, she almost gave up. After all, that was a very dangerous place. Even when she was at her peak, she didn't dare to barge into that place. Qin Xiang had been concocting pills in his room for more than a month, and many people outside were frantically searching for him. That woman is watching you. Her spiritual sense is truly amazing. Long Shui said she was not lacking either. She had used the Heaven Tour method to monitor Ji Meixian and had not been discovered by him. She suspects that you are related to Sister Meiyao. It looks like you need to be more careful in the future. Ji Meixian was the #1 enemy amongst her enemies. With his powerful strength, it would be hard for them to deal with him even if they joined forces. Normally, they would choose to escape when they saw Ji Meixian. Don't worry, sooner or later, I will make her my female slave and let her obediently wash Sister Meiyao and Sister Yu Yu's feet. If Ji Meixian heard Chen Xiang's words, Ji Meixian would definitely come down like a demon Ji. Oh, Di, letting the Yu, immortal fairy, help us wash our feet is not a bad idea. By Yu Yu's jade face that was as cold as frost, yet without losing its charm, revealed a trace of a beautiful smile. It was a pity that Chen Xiang did not see that. Little scoundrel, if the people from Heaven Realm who are chasing after you, Tianji, hear about it, you will suffer. Su Meiyao giggled. Chen Xiang laughed. Relax, I will not let them hear it. I will let them see. I can finally go out and stretch my muscles and bones. My soul has reached the mature 6th level. After Chen Xiang ate over 100 G, oh, dear finding Dan, he released his consciousness and floated towards a tall tower. Entering a window, he saw Blee and elegant Ji Meixian seated on a soft chair with her eyes closed, meditating. But very quickly, she discovered something and quickly opened her eyes, only to hear Chen Xiang's loud laughter sounding by her ear. Heavenly Maiden by Hai, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as gorgeous as ever. I say, why is your nose so much more powerful than a dog's? You always know where I am, and you're watching me from the side. Chen Xiang used his divine sense to send a sound transmission to them from a distance. Hearing this, Ji Meixian's delicate body trembled, but she quickly calmed down. Little B, A, S, T, A, R, D, sooner or later you'll know the consequences of offending me. Don't forget, your image crystal is still in my hands. We don't even know the consequences. If I am not happy, I might take it out to have a look and take a look at by Hai's heavenly beauty. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. Although it is a little worse than my slave, it is still barely enough to see. Ji Meixian no longer talked with Chen Xiang. She was purely asking for trouble. She was just curious how Chen Xiang found out about her, and how his consciousness was so strong. Ji Meixian could not make a move against Chen Xiang right now, and she would not reveal Chen Xiang's whereabouts either. Otherwise, she would cause Chen Xiang to be captured. So she could only wait until her strength was sufficient before finding Chen Xiang, and have Chen Xiang bring her to that undergarment. Ji Meixian could not make a move against Chen Xiang right now, and she would not reveal Chen Xiang's whereabouts either. Otherwise, she would cause Chen Xiang to be captured, so she could only wait until her strength was sufficient before finding Chen Xiang, and have Chen Xiang bring her to that undergarment. Ji Meixian was a very powerful enemy. Last time he borrowed Long Shui's power, he almost couldn't beat her. But now that Ji Meixian had awoken her soul memories, her strength had become even stronger. Time to go out for a walk. Chen Xiang walked to the center of the courtyard. Just as he was about to open the door and leave, Ji Meixian immediately sent a sound transmission to him while moaning in a stern voice. What are you doing outside now? Don't you know that a lot of people are looking for you outside? Why are you so concerned about me? Chen Xiang laughed. I don't think there will be many people like you here, and no one will discover me unless you inform people. Ji Meixian thought that Chen Xiang hid for a month in order to avoid the limelight, and now that the limelight was about to pass, Chen Xiang came out at this time. She hoped that Chen Xiang could wait a while longer. When Chen Xiang left the tavern, he looked like a delicate and pretty teenager. He had a harmless smile on his face, just like those innocent young masters that came out from the influential families just now. When Ji Meixian saw that Chen Xiang had ignored her warning, he became extremely angry in his heart, saying that she was also a great beauty and that normally many people wouldn't even have a chance to curry favor with her. Oh yeah, you have to protect a man who has touched your body before, right? Chen Xiang asked with his divine sense. Ji Meixian's delicate body trembled slightly and instantly emitted a killing intent that was as cold as frost. causing Chen Xiang's entire body to turn cold. When it reached the bottom of his feet, he no longer touched Ji Meixian's bottom line, but Ji Meixian still followed him instead. After Qin Xiang walked around the area, he heard a lot of big news. What made him more surprised was that the old people from the ancient powers had all come to Pill City, which made him rather afraid. What made him laugh was that Dan King's son, Tan Zhongxin, who was given a fierce slap, was actually offering a bounty on his whereabouts, as if he wanted to take revenge. What a coward! He was told to go to Super Martial School to find me, but he actually didn't dare to leave Pill City. Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. He had also heard the fierce words said by Dan King Tansheng, saying that she wanted to teach him a lesson. Therefore, he first went to Dan King Tansheng's pill shop. This pill shop was named Dingsheng and was considered quite famous in Pill City. After all, Tansheng was one of the stronger Dan King here. Even the experts of the ancient powers would have to pay their respects to him. As Chen Xiang walked on the street, a beautiful lady in a white dress suddenly appeared behind him. She was wearing a silver mask, and her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Qin Xiang was able to recognize her based on her fragrance. She was the heavenly daughter of the White Sea Imperial Land, Ji Meixian. Ji Meixian had once been an expert from the Heaven Realm, and was a person of the same generation as Su Meiao's master. She had a lot of knowledge. But this was the first time she had seen Chen Xiang's ability to change his appearance at will, which made her extremely curious. What do you want? Right now, there are many experts gathered in Pill City. Moreover, you are on top of it, so you better keep living. Ji Meixian sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. It was filled with dignity and authority, as if giving an order. I'm not even afraid. What are you afraid of? Qin Xiang was speechless. He wasn't even worried for himself, but this woman was. Stop pretending. If you hand over the crystal and tell me the location of my undergarment, I can kill you immediately. Ji Meixian said angrily. Qin Xiang shrugged his shoulders, no longer paying any attention to her. He walked into the flurries. Plussing pill shop, gritting his teeth, and cursed in his heart a few times before following her in. By hi, I came here to stir up trouble. Aren't you afraid of exposing your ident? 1. Tai and getting accused of being in cahoots with me? I am the murderer who killed White Sea Prince, and yet you ignore me. Are you not afraid that White Sea Imperial Land will find out? Qin Xiang's voice carried a playful smile. No one but you will recognize me. Ji Meixian was very confident in this. The Dingsheng Pill shop was indeed a place guarded by the Dan King. Its interior decorations were magnificent, and there were a lot of people. Most of them were wealthy or white-haired old men. There were also a lot of destiny box here, and they were all placed on a long corridor with a few elders guarding them. Qin Xiang walked over and looked carefully at these destiny box. The most expensive one actually had several billion spar, and the cheapest one was actually at the price of 10 million spar. The spirit medicines in these destiny box are all almost withered. If used to refine pills, the failure rate would be even higher. These pill stores use this method to let the various alchemists try their luck in order to reduce the risk, while at the same time wanting to sell them for a good price. Ji Meixian sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. Although many alchemists have successfully used the Destiny Box's spirit medicine to refine precious medicinal pellets, but it is only a minority. You wouldn't be here to do such a foolish thing, right? Qin Xiang rolled his eyes at her. I say, are you done yet? Even my wife wouldn't nag around like you, but you are like a follower who has a good relations. I plus P with master, and will always be responsible to remind master. Ji Meixian angrily snorted. She wanted to slap Qin Xiang to death. If not for Qin Xiang's threat, she would not care about Qin Xiang's life. Little brother, you look pretty good. You look like an important person. You'll definitely be lucky today. Choose a destiny box. Maybe you can spend a small amount of spar to buy rare and precious medicinal herbs, and then you can even successfully refine a pill. An old man walked over with a smile. Ji Meixian also wanted to see how Chen Xiang was going to cause trouble here. She guessed that Chen Xiang was probably here to cause trouble or something. But who would have thought that Chen Xiang would actually ask the old man with a smile, "Old sir, I only have 1 billion spar on me. Which destiny box or destiny box do you have that are around 1 billion? 1 billion spar S." This was a huge transaction, and very soon a small gust of wind blew across the medicine store, causing everyone to gather around. The old man was just trying to sell the destiny box according to usual practice, but he never thought that this little idiot in front of him was actually such a big spendthrift. "Meijie, you're here too? Oh, right. I just heard that someone wants to buy the destiny box S worth 1 billion. I wonder who it is." Her voice was beautiful. She was the heavenly girl of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, the only heavenly girl of the Shang domain whom Chen Xiang had expressed goodwill to her. Her name was Mu Jialan. Mu Jialan still had a pink silk cloth covering her face and wore a pink peach dress. She looked dignified and elegant with every movement she made, giving off an elegant and graceful aura. This made Chen Xiang think of the sacred Dan realms, Yan's Island. Ji Meixian only nodded her head. If she wasn't wearing a mask, everyone would have been able to see her blush. Plussing face, because she had said just now that other than Chen Xiang, no one would have recognized her. Inside the Dingxing Pill shop, there were actually many young experts present, all invited by Tan Zhongxin. Presumably, the Peach Blossom Sky Maiden came here for Chen Xiang. I really don't understand why the 2 heavenly sons would be killed by him so many times. If I were to meet him, I will personally kill him and take away his immortal blade. Although I have a pretty good treasured blade, it's still not enough. Presumably, the Peach Blossom Sky Maiden came here for Chen Xiang. I really don't understand why the 2 heavenly sons would be killed by him so many times. If I were to meet him, I will personally kill him and take away his immortal blade. Although I have a pretty good treasured blade, it's still not enough. The one who spoke was a thin man with fair skin who looked refined and refined. When he spoke, his eyes S-H-I plus Ned with a terrifying light, and his body inexplicably emitted a proud aura. He also walked to the hallway. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person was willing to use 1 billion spar to buy a destiny box. Peach Blossom Prince, you should just hide in your good spot. When you see Chen Xiang's strength with your own eyes, I'll definitely scare you to the point that you pee. The ridiculing laughter was very annoying, but Chen Xiang liked to hear it, and the person who spoke was his good friend, the grave robber, Duan Sanchong. Duan Sanchong could be considered the representative of the young elites of the Duan clan. In the eyes of these ancient powers, he was a scourge that was growing up, who knew when this guy would dig up their ancestors' graves. I just returned from the Demon D's son's mausoleum. This was all thanks to Brother Chin telling me the location of the mausoleum, which allowed me to reap a lot of rewards. Whoever is disrespectful to him is disrespectful to me. Peach Blossom Prince, you better not think about my Brother Shin's things. Duan Sanchong's voice was ice cold and filled with warning. The Peach Blossom Prince was slightly angered, and just as he was about to say something, he was glared at by Mu Jialan by the side and no longer spoke. Chen Xiang had done him a favor, and this Peach Blossom Prince actually had thoughts about him. Only Ji Meixian knew that the white and tender youth in front of her was Chen Xiang. She only laughed coldly in her heart. Chen Xiang's strength was indeed terrifying, but if those heavenly sons and daughters were to fight with Chen Xiang with all their might, it was hard to say whether they would win or lose. Little brother, these are all destiny box between 800 million and 1 billion. Choose properly. Our medicinal shop will not cheat anyone, and the spirit medicine inside will be priceless treasures that cannot be found in the market. No matter which destiny box you buy, you will not be disappointed. The old man pulled Chen Xiang in front of the boxes. At this time, Tan Zhongxin, who had been slapped by Chen Xiang, also walked over. If Chen Xiang bought a destiny box, Their medicine shop would obviously make a huge profit because even though those dying spiritual medicines were rare and precious, they were very difficult to use for pill refining, unless it was a very talented alchemist. But even Dan King would not bother to refine them because he could not guarantee their success. Long Xue's divine sense could infiltrate those specially made destiny boxes, and then he would tell Su Meiyao all of the spirit medicines inside. Every single destiny box had a set of medicinal ingredients for concocting pills, and there were quite a few that were required. Iron Bone Dan middle grade ground level, specially used to temper bones, is a good pill used to forge bones. The main ingredients were the golden iron tree root and the heart of the golden iron tree. It's that 950 million box. Take it. Su Meiyao said. The Iron Bone Dan was sold on the market, especially for 100 refining realm mess, because they could strengthen the body. Chen Xiang's body was already very strong, and this level of pill was not of any help to him. Although Iron Bone Dan have no obvious effects on you, but you can do multiple smelting. Even if you can refine 100 sets of 1,000 medicinal ingredients into a pill, the effect would still be extremely terrifying. Su Meiyao said. Everyone looked at Qin Xiang as if he were an idiot. If it was an old man buying it, then it might be different, because it was very likely that he was a powerful alchemist. Ji Meixian's beautiful eyes flickered. She did not know what Qin Xiang was planning. This is it, I want it. Qin Xiang carried a wooden box excitedly and then eagerly walked to the counter. The old man immediately revealed a very happy smile, and his old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Why did he buy it? Should he take it back to refine pills? A destiny box with 1 billion or so is at the very least a high-grade ground-level medicinal ingredient. Mu Jialan was completely puzzled. After Qin Xiang paid the bill, he asked, "If I use the medicinal ingredients here to refine a batch of pills, would you guys return the 950 million spar to me, and then give me another set of medicinal ingredients that are as good as the one in the box?" When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with surprise. This young brat actually wanted to gamble in pills. That's right, but if you fail to concoct the pill, you'll have to give us another 950 million spar. This is the rule for gambling pills. The shopkeeper stared blankly, then replied. Ji Meixian had already faintly guessed what Qin Xiang was planning. He actually wanted to use such a method to destroy a medicine shop. However, she did not believe that Qin Xiang was able to refine the destiny box's medicinal ingredients into pills. No one believed it either. Brat, you should go back home and play with the mud. Your family doesn't have spar-s like this. A well-dressed man mocked. This kid is really prodigal. Is there something wrong with his head? Using about 1 billion spar to buy a broken box. You actually still want to bet pellets. A jade-masked man mocked. Qin Xiang was overjoyed. He liked these kinds of guys the most. He smiled and said, "You too, would you like to bet with me? But if you do not have that many spars, you should not partake." 1. P8. I have always played the big game. In terms of wealth, all the old guys in the Pill City had to kneel before Qin Xiang. All the heaven-level medicinal herbs he knew of, the immortal-grade medicinal herbs, the holy-level medicinal herbs, if they were brought to the heaven realm, would definitely make him rich, let alone this mortal realm. Qin Xiang looked at the heavenly sun and heavenly girl of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land and laughed. "I see that all of you are from famous sects, so it is fate that we meet each other. Do you want to partake? 1 P8 as well?" Duan Sanchong was a very vigilant person. When he felt that there was something fishy going on, he immediately rejected her. Ji Meixian laughed coldly. "You just spent about 1 billion spar and bought a destiny box, and you still have to pay 1 billion spar-s and a flurries. HI, plussing medicine store stakes. Now you want to play big with us again? Can you afford it?" Qin Xiang laughed. "I'm worried that you guys won't be able to keep up. Isn't that just a mere 1 billion? He did not have many spar on him, but he had a large pile of high-level medicinal ingredients as collateral. Those rare and precious medicinal ingredients were even more valuable than spar. The ingredients in the destiny box were all dying. No one believed that this brat could refine those ingredients into pills, not to mention the 1 billion worth of destiny box. That was a high-leveled pellet, and the difficulty of refining it was extremely high. What bet? I'll go with you. Peach Blossom Prince Jing Xingyang said lightly. Me too. His name was Chu Quan Fei, and he was the son of the Pill City Lord and his relations. H.I. plus P with Tan Zhongxin was very good. The man beside him also shouted, I want to see how he will die. He was the son of the Dan Alliance's alliance master, Yi. Qin Xiang looked at Ji Meixian and Mu Jialan. He actually wanted to pull the two heavenly girls into the water, and he was even winking at the old man who had laid out the destiny box. I have 10 white jade lotus seed here, and these are the most important main ingredient to refine a relived Dan. They're worth 1 billion pills, and there's no market for them. Qin Xiang took out 10 white jade-like lotus seeds. Upon sensing the spirit aura, he knew that these were genuine white jade lotus seed S. Everyone took a deep breath. Previously, they had been mocking him for not being able to afford it, but now it was one thing. Ji Meixian and Mu Jialan looked at the 10 pieces of white jade lotus seed S that were flickering with light in Qin Xiang's hands and sucked in a small breath of air. It was fortunate that they were not on Qin Xiang's boat. Ji Meixian and Mu Jialan looked at the 10 pieces of white jade lotus seed S that were flickering with light in Qin Xiang's hands and sucked in a small breath of air. It was fortunate that they were not on Qin Xiang's boat. Qin Xiang looked at Peach Blossom Prince Jing Xingliang, Pill City, Lord Sun Chu Chuanfei, Alliance Master Sun Yihe and Tan Zhongxin, and laughed. You all do not need medicinal herbs of equal value, as long as you are able to produce 1 billion spar. Although these people had very robust backgrounds, 1 billion spar S was still a heavy burden to them. No problem. Jing Xingliang was expressionless. If he won, obtaining a white jade lotus seed would also be good. Chu Quan and Yi were the sons of City Lord and the Alliance Master. They secretly calculated their total wealth, barely worth 1 billion, and also painfully nodded their heads, although they might not lose, but they were afraid of something happening. At that time, they would go bankrupt. At this time, a few elders walked over. White jade lotus seed S were also precious to them, but now that someone dared to take them out to gamble, how could they let them go? They all took out 1 billion spar. There were a total of 9 people betting with Qin Xiang. If Qin Xiang won, he would be able to get 10 billion. But in his eyes, it was not enough. Of course, he was confident enough to refine the Iron Bone Dan, so everyone did not understand why he was so confident even before opening the box. Hence everyone thought that Qin Xiang had a high chance of losing. They wanted to bet, but they could not follow him. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Duan Sanchong and said, Chongzi, I am Qin Xiang. I want to win a little more in one go. Duan Sanchong, who was watching from the side, was instantly stunned. The young and tender person in front of him was actually Qin Xiang. He had successfully stolen the grave of the son of the demon Ji, O.D., and he wanted to thank Qin Xiang. However, after he went to the Green Summit City, he found out that Qin Xiang had slaughtered 2 geniuses there. He understood Qin Xiang, and he knew that Qin Xiang would definitely come to look for trouble with the Golden Pill Shop, so he had been waiting here the entire time. Duan Sanchong asked Qin Xiang, Brother Qin, do you really think you can refine the Destiny Box's broken medicinal ingredients into pills? Yes. Qin Xiang replied with a voice. All right, I believe you. Duan Sanchong suddenly said, Little brother, we also want to bet, but we cannot keep up with you. I only have 300 million spar. If you win, I will give you 300 million. If you lose, you can give me 300 million. Sure, Qin Xiang said lightly. At this time, the spectators were no longer calm, and all of them placed their bets. Qin Xiang still felt that it was not enough. He looked at Ji Meixian and Mu Jialan and smiled. Heavenly sisters, everyone here has partic. 1. P. Aided, you can't lose your interest. What if you win? G. Mei Xian secretly clenched his teeth and ruthlessly stepped on Qin Xiang's smiling face. He actually wanted to drag her down with him. Why didn't he say that he would lose? Forget it, little brother. Women are just like this. Ignore them. This is a game played by men. It might be very unlucky if a woman partook. 1. Piatesh. Duan Sanchong mocked from the side. The more it was like this, the less Ji Meixian would play around with it. Mu Jialan remained indifferent and ignored Qin Xiang and Duan Sanchong's words. They just wanted to see the results here. Quickly open the box and take a look. Stop wasting your breath. Tan Zhongxin could not wait any longer. Qin Xiang opened the destiny box. There was a piece of tree root that looked like iron inside, and a rock that looked like black charcoal. The tree roots were the golden iron root, and the stone was the heart of the golden iron tree, which were used to refine iron bone dan. If I successfully refine the iron bone dan's medicinal ingredients, will you guys give me a portion of the iron bone dan's best medicinal ingredients? What if you guys don't have any? Qin Xiang asked. We do. Don't worry. Tan Zhongxin urged. Let's begin. Qin Xiang was a little worried. She secretly took down a little root and gave it to Su Meiyao, telling her to cultivate it. The refining rule was very simple. One just needed to use the destiny box's medicine to refine the pill. There was no requirement for the furnace. Qin Xiang took out his Yanlong furnace. This pill furnace had been changed in shape and color by him. No one would be able to recognize it. When they found out that someone was gambling at the Zenith medicine shop and even took out 10 white jade lotus seeds, the disciples of the famous sects nearby quickly rushed over to watch the show because the Peach Blossom Prince had also come to gamble. Seeing that another group of people were coming over, Qin Xiang laughed. My friends who have just arrived, would you like to come over and play as well? Right now, the atmosphere is very good. Of course, we can still understand those words that are lacking in money. He was short on money, which one of these disciples from a famous sect wasn't a little tyke. Oh, and they were extremely dissatisfied with Qin Xiang's words. Brat, since you want to die a little miserably, then let me help you. 500 million spars. I'll give him a kick to make him die more happily. 600 million spar. I hope you can afford it. 400 million spars. The group of people who had just arrived numbered around 20 to 30, and adding the people from just now, their total was already around 20 billion. Moreover, these spar were the possessions of many of the disciples from famous sects, so they naturally thought that Qin Xiang would lose for sure. There were no supplementary medicine inside the destiny box, so all the supplementary medicine had to be prepared by himself. Furthermore, Qin Xiang's supplementary medicine was bred by the creation divine liquid. The dense qi was enough to make up for the metal iron tree root and the heart of the metal tree. Of course, even if he lost, he would at most be displeased. To a rich pill refiner like him, this was nothing. There were more and more people spectating, and the old people from the other famous pill shops were also using it as a form of witness. After the old people finished inspecting Qin Xiang's pill furnace, they indicated for him to start. Duan Sanchong was a little perturbed. 20 billion spar was a huge sum of wealth to him. Qin Xiang was someone who had been to Sacred Dan Realm before. He had killed immortals, killed dragons, and fought against some of the big powers there. This kind of scene did not affect him at all. When all the ingredients were thrown into the furnace, everyone started to patiently wait. Refining the pills required time, but the iron bone dan was a middle-grade ground-level pill, so it was relatively difficult to refine. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that the brat in front of them actually knew how to concoct such a high-level pill, causing them to suspect that Qin Xiang was an old fellow who had eaten a rejuvenation pill. Qin Xiang's fire aura was extremely unique. Under his control, it was no different from normal flames, but if used in battle, it would become incomparably tyrannical and full of destructive properties. This was the power of Heaven Fire Soul. Iron Bone Dan, once it is refined again, it is enough to deal with it. You can use the second time to refine hundreds of G. Oh, dear Refining Dan. If you use the second time to refine Iron Bone Dan, it will be even easier. Su Meiyao said. After Qin Xiang had eaten more than 100 G. Oh, dear Refining Dan, his soul had become much stronger. His divine sense had become even more powerful than before, and the second stage of the foreseeing alchemy was even more adept. Amongst the people present to watch Qin Xiang refine pills, many of them were alchemists, and some were high-ranking alchemists. Even if they weren't from the alchemistess, they were from influential families and had some understanding of pill refining. Amongst the people present to watch Qin Xiang refine pills, many of them were alchemists, and some were high-ranking alchemists. Even if they weren't from the alchemistess, they were from influential families and had some understanding of pill refining. This guy's flames are very ordinary. He doesn't have a fire soul, nor do he have many fire vein, but the flames are very strong. What exactly is going on? An old man mumbled puzzledly. Although Qin Xiang tried his best to conceal the aura of the flames, a few experts who were extremely sensitive to flames still felt that something was amiss. Elder W. A. N. G. Is this flame very powerful? I think he is still using all his strength to burn the golden iron root and the heart of the golden iron tree. Although these two medicinal herbs are about to die, they're not something that anyone can easily refine. Tan Zhongxin said. He was the son of the Dan King, also an alchemist. Elder W. A. N. G. shook his head. This little brother is an expert in alchemy. He clearly has a solid foundation. He is much stronger than you. The powerful alchemistess, when concocting pills, were precisely controlled by the alchemist. They all held their fire and burned the medicinal ingredients with all their might, forming a force. Even some of the alchemistess of the 9th rank find it hard to make the flames possess an invisible power. There were a few 9th grade alchemists present, and all of them were capable of refining 3 high-grade ground-level pills. They were all just one step away from Dan King, and 2 of them were present at the scene. Elder W. A. N. G. was one of them. At least I can't do it. The other hunchbacked, yellow-haired old man sighed softly. So you're saying he's a 9th-level alchemist? Ever since she started to fight with Qin Xiang, she had investigated a lot of things related to Qin Xiang. She knew that Qin Xiang was still young and not over 100 years old. The old man shook his head. I'm not sure. He did not take the examination. It's hard to say. But if he can concoct a difficult to refine middle ground level pill like the Iron Bone Dan, he would at least be an alchemist of the 8th level. Level 8 alchemist. After hearing the words of authority, Tan Zhongxin's face turned a little ugly. Fire controlling ability was very important to alchemists. It was the key to successfully condensing a core. However, this little brat's fire controlling ability was even better than that of a 9th level alchemist. The faces of those who had placed big bets didn't look any better. Those who were able to refine medicinal ingredients into pills were usually alchemists who had strong fire control abilities. Qin Xiang's control of the flames could be said to be as smooth and as simple as controlling his own hands and feet. This was related to him cultivating the divine way, cultivating the fire G-O-D method, and having a heaven fire soul. It was hard to burn the metal tree roots and the heart of the metal tree, but it was easy to burn them inside the Yanlong furnace. But right at this moment, the Yanlong furnace suddenly started to shake. It was shaking intensely, and Qin Xiang was sweating profusely. When the people who had placed bets saw this, they were ecstatic and wished for nothing more than to laugh out loud, because they knew that Qin Xiang was about to be done for. Changzi, do you still have more spar on you? Qin Xiang suddenly used his divine sense to send a sound transmission to Duan Sanchong. After Duan Sanchong saw his furnace shake, his back was sweating. If Qin Xiang lost, it would be more than 20 billion spar S. There's still some more. What do you want to do? Duan Sanchong suddenly felt that something was amiss. Hurry up and bet. I'm doing it on purpose for others to see. Let them think I'm going to lose." Qin Xiang whispered to Duan Sanchong. Duan Sanchong sighed in his heart. He was really too sinister as he laughed to himself and immediately said, "Little brother, do you still accept your bet?" "Since it's a gamble, the more dangerous it is, the more exciting it is. Although I am not a gambler, I have experienced that kind of feeling before." Everyone secretly despised Duan Sanchong. He was about to fail, yet he still bet. Wasn't he trying to make Qin Xiang lose even more miserably? Qin Xiang opened his eyes and sneered. "Do you really think I will lose? Fine, you can bet as much as you want. Let's see who will be the final winner." The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. The cauldron was about to explode from the shaking, yet they still accepted the bet. Duan Sanchong laughed. "This little brother is indeed straightforward. There are 500 million spar here." Duan Sanchong threw out a storage bag and threw it on the ground. All of these storage bag had spar. With a sweep of his spirit sense, he could see that the spar were stored inside. Just as Duan Sanchong raised the stakes, a few of them also began to throw their goods out. "I still have 100 million spar here. If this little brother wants to suffer, I'll grant him that wish." "I'm coming too. I still have 200 million. This is the last one. 300 million. Go all out and kill this brat." There was no lack of old fellows among them. There were even some who threw out their treasured swords and such. At this time, all of them added together had already ACCU. Mulat to 30 billion spar. Qin Xiang laughed out loud in his heart. He had indeed made the furnace shake on purpose, in order to squeeze out all of the group of people's wealth. Originally, she was moved by Duan Sanchong's offer, because she also wanted to make it difficult for Qin Xiang to win. However, she knew Qin Xiang's ident. 1. Tai and knew that he was Qin Xiang's friend. The peach blossom heaven, Lady Mu Jialan, had a leisurely expression. Her beautiful eyes were clear as she quietly looked at what was happening in front of her. She was not a gambler in the first place, and did not compete for fame or profit. Thus, she was not tempted by Qin Xiang. The cauldron shook more and more violently, as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone also hid far away, worried that they might be hit by the cauldron shards. News had spread across the entire street in a short period of time. A few disciples from famous sects that liked to gamble had rushed over and surrounded the P.A. Sias Hall. They had asked Qin Xiang, and upon knowing that they could still bet, they threw away their spar without hesitation. Very quickly, everyone's wager had already ACCU. Mulat to 40 billion spar. It's been so long since the Dingxing pill shop opened, but this is the first time it's been so lively. I had thought that some Dan King would come over to praise me, but who would have thought that there would be people here to gamble? An aged voice slowly sounded. "Father!" Tan Zhongxin anxiously walked over, and the person who came was Dan King. Everyone was secretly surprised to see that the Dan King was here. Some of them did not expect to be able to witness the glory of the Dan King. Dan King Tansheng was a very pleasing-looking old man. Although he already had the appearance of an old man, his voice had a certain aura. His clothes were not luxurious, but he was extremely refined, with a sense of immortality. "Little brother, you started off with 10 white jade lotus seed and bought such a precious destiny box. I believe you have some background. I wonder if you'll accept the wager right now." Tan Sheng said, clearly, to be able to trap a Dan King. Qin Xiang was overjoyed in his heart. He smiled and said, "Of course I accept it, with Dan King's appreciation for me. Even if I lose, I will still be very happy." As expected, bold and straightforward. "I trust you. This place is 5 billion spar. I also want to make a small bet. It's rare to see a medicine store with such a bustling atmosphere." Tan Sheng laughed. He waved his hand and threw out a storage bag. Everyone scanned it with their senses and found that there were 5 billion spar inside, piled up like a small mountain. As expected, bold and straightforward. I trust you. This place is 5 billion spar. I also want to make a small bet. It's rare to see a medicine store with such a bustling atmosphere. Tan Sheng laughed. He waved his hand and threw out a storage bag. Everyone scanned it with their senses and found that there were 5 billion spar inside, piled up like a small mountain. 5 billion was just a small bet? What if it was a big bet? As expected of the Dan King, any casual move could scare a large group of gamblers to death. In Chen Xiang's opinion, this Dan King was still too stingy. Only 5 billion? He felt that it would cost him at least 50 billion yuan. Dan King Tansheng had already placed his bet, and it was so big, everyone was already certain that Chen Xiang would definitely lose. Even if they had to sell it for money, they would still have to place their bet. At this moment, there were many good treasures and weapons on the ground, bringing the total to 50 billion. Duan Sanchang's heart kept on beating wildly. If Chen Xiang won, then many people would die from the scam, and even Dan King would be beaten with his black stick. Tan Sheng was naturally not optimistic about Chen Xiang. At this moment, he saw Chen Xiang's serious face. The pill was shaking nonstop, showing signs of exploding. The success rate was extremely low. Furthermore, the rest of the ingredients were already rotten. He did not have full confidence in refining them, let alone a little brat. Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. He felt that he had more or less played the role. When he saw the shaking pill furnace suddenly stabilize, like a mountain that was firmly fixed in place. Those people who were originally happy in their hearts were fantasizing about what they would do after winning this round. But currently their expressions were extremely ugly. As long as they weren't stupid, they could guess that Chen Xiang had done it on purpose. Ji Meixian had always seen it. She knew that Chen Xiang and Duan Sanchang were cooperating and scolded in her heart. One was a grave robber who was struck by lightning. The other was a little bee, A.S.T.A.R.D., who she hated to the bones. With the two of them working together, even Dan King jumped into the fiery pit that they dug while grinning. Dan King's face was also very ugly. He did not expect that after living for so long, he would be fooled for a moment by a little kid. Of course, he could not say anything, because Chen Xiang had not violated the rules. And some of the alchemists admired Chen Xiang a lot, because he actually refined iron bone Dan. Chen Xiang had already been refining for more than 2 hours, and had been using the duel for seeing Alchemy the entire time. At this time, he had already condensed the pellets, and if not for the poor quality of the ingredients, he would definitely have refined 2 of them. However, the spirit herbs were already on the verge of death. The medicine aura had disappeared for a long time. It was considered not bad that he was able to successfully refine one. After all, the iron bone Dan was only producing 1 pill. After a moment, Chen Xiang laughed. I've let everyone down. The expressions of most of the people present were the same, gloomy as water. They wanted nothing more than to tear Chen Xiang into pieces, and actually allowed them to jump into the trap one after another. In order to not arouse anyone's suspicions, Duan Sanchang snorted, "Damn, Ned Littleby A.S.T.A.R.D. I will definitely remember this debt." Chen Xiang smiled slightly and opened the lid. A gold and black fog emerged and formed into a smooth black pellet. Just from the golden aura covering it, one could tell that it was an iron bone Dan, and a high-quality one at that. Seeing this high-quality iron bone Dan, all the alchemists present, including the Dan King, were moved. Dan King took a step forward and waved his hand, allowing the iron bone Dan to hover above his palm. It is indeed an iron bone Dan of high quality. At this moment, Tan Xing couldn't help but praise Chen Xiang's high skill in refining pellets. He actually managed to concoct a high-quality pellet out of waste medicine. The other alchemists all gathered around to watch. Chen Xiang laughed. Then these things are all mine. Just like this, under the burning gazes of the lot, Chen Xiang smiled as he kept all the storage bag and magic treasures into the ring, allowing Su Meiyao and the others to count them. Many people's heart was bleeding, and some people even wanted to cry. They had ACCU, mulat this much wealth for a long time, and even though they were from a famous clan, they had spent a lot of effort to save so many Spares. But now, they had all lost to a little ghost. Only those old fellows were relatively open-minded, and those young people, on the other hand, had basically lost to nothing, even losing to the magical equipment and weapons given to them by their sects and clans. Many people were secretly cursing Dan King Tansheng. If Tansheng did not come out and casually threw in 5 billion Spares, they would not have suppressed all of their wealth. D-A-M, Ned, little b, A-S-T-A-R-D, my spar, my sword, my armor. This is all over. When I go back, I will definitely be scolded to death by my father. I will lose everything. How do I get back? The cost of transferring it right now is outrageously high. I really want to kill this kid. G-O-D-D-A-M and little b, A-S-T-A-R-D. He ate more than 5 billion all by himself. Isn't he afraid of holding on? And Mu Jialan were the only ones who had survived the disaster, and in their hearts they were rejoicing at the misfortune of others. Although Peach Blossom Prince was expressionless, in his heart he hated the little demon in front of him. City Lord and the chief's son were also in the same boat. Not only had they lost their spar, they had also lost face. Father, is this really a Iron Bone Dan? Tan Jongsin found it hard to accept the reality in front of him. He had also lost 1 billion spar, and it was no small amount of money to him. Although his father was the Dan King, he would not casually give him the spar. A high-quality Iron Bone Dan. Dan King Tansheng said in a serious tone, making everyone even more disappointed. Huh. Everyone, I'm sorry. This is all due to luck. I am sorry that you lost a little spar. Next time, when there's a chance, we will have a good time. Chun Xiang's words were especially ear-piercing, making everyone want to beat him up. Luck? F-U-C-K my luck. One of the big-sized men said, Sorry, but give us back the spar. Chun Xiang laughed. Everyone is a hero who is willing to admit defeat. If I return the spar to everyone, it would be equivalent to insulting everyone's dignity, trampling on everyone's dignity. Little brother must not do such an unrighteous thing. How many spars are they worth? Everyone cursed in their hearts. Chun Xiang smiled as he came to the counter. I refined the medicine inside the Destiny box into an Iron Bone Dan. According to the rules, you guys have to return to buy the Destiny box for me, and even give me a portion of the Iron Bone Dan's medicine. This was previously agreed upon. Tan Sheng nodded to the shopkeeper, then walked over and returned the Iron Bone Dan back to Chun Xiang. Little brother, who is your master? To be able to teach a disciple like you, your master should not be Oh, body. Tan Sheng asked. Many people present also wanted to know who the old B, A-S-T-A-R-D, was to have taught such a sinister brat. Chun Xiang laughed. My master is indeed a nameless person, but my ancestor is not. My ancestor's name is Li Tianjun. Dan King, Li Tianjun. This was a person who had become famous many years ago. Hearing the 3 words Li Tianjun, all the alchemists present were dumbfounded. That little brother's name is... Tan Sheng's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Li Tianjun actually had a successor. Li Rinshan, you are benevolent and righteous and kind and good. Chun Xiang smiled as he received the Iron Bone Dan medicine and the 950 million spar from the shopkeeper. Everyone cursed in their hearts. How was this benevolence? They felt that he should be called Li Xia. Even Duan Sanchong felt that Chun Xiang had gone blind with this name. On one hand, Chun Xiang pretended to be Li Tianjuan's grand disciple so that no one would doubt his white jade lotus seed and his superior pill refining skills. And on the other hand, they would fear him and not be hara, as it said by the people who tried to rope him in. On one hand, Chun Xiang pretended to be Li Tianjuan's grand disciple so that no one would doubt his white jade lotus seed and his superior pill refining skills. And on the other hand, They would fear him and not be said by the people who tried to rope him in. Although Chen Xiang had never seen Li Tianjun before, he was still very grateful to him, because the medicinal garden that Li Tianjun had left behind had benefited him greatly. Furthermore, he had obtained that mysterious divine book from Li Tianjun's refining treasure book. I wonder if little brother is willing to become my alchemist? As for the treatment, it will definitely be easy. Tan Xing actually wanted to recruit Li Tianjun's grand disciple. No need, I like to travel alone. I won't stay in Dan City for long. I came out to travel, do good deeds, expand my vision, and improve my mental state. Qun Xiang smiled and shook his head. Tan Sheng was obviously very unhappy about the 5 billion spar being tricked by a little kid. Now that he saw that Chen Xiang was determined to not join his Zenith magnificent pellet shop, he was determined to make Chen Xiang spit out the victory he had just won. It had to be known that Li Tianjun was a famous Dan King. Even though the #1 profound realm he left behind had already been discovered and was famous throughout the entire human realm, very few people could find anything inside. Even those who came down from the heaven realm had died inside, so that place had become a dangerous place. As for Li Tianjun's descendants, they took out 10 white jade lotus seeds as soon as they came out. It could be seen that they had brought a lot of rare and precious herbs with them. Little brother is indeed a free and easy person. I wonder if you would be willing to bet with this old man? I just had a little fun a moment ago, and I haven't had my fill yet. Tan Sheng also said with a smile. Qun Xiang laughed boldly. Of course I'm accompanying you. But if you want to play, then go big. Everyone was shocked. This Liao actually wanted to finish an even bigger gamble, and Dan King was also getting serious. This was definitely Pill City's biggest gamble. Duan Sanchong intentionally smiled sinisterly. Little brother, you are bold and straightforward enough to think that you want to play big time. How about you wait for an hour while I spread the news to Dan City, allowing more people to partake? 1. P8, but the premise is that you have to be able to afford it. All the big guys in Pill City were real tyke. Oh, and if they were brought here, all of them, this would probably be the biggest gamble in the history of the New World. If Chen Xiang lost, he would also lose really badly. There is no need to alarm the entire city. If little brother wants to have a good time, then this old man will accompany you. Tan Sheng remained calm and collected, waved his hand, and said, Little brother, let's bet using the method we used just now. You can choose Destiny Box S, but you have to choose more than 1 billion spar S. Qin Xiang was determined to make this old fellow vomit blood. Then he walked over to the Destiny Box and started picking. Of course, Tan Xing couldn't use secret methods, so he also planned to test his luck. He bet that Chen Xiang wouldn't be able to successfully refine another pill. The herbs in the Destiny Box in front of him were mostly middle-grade ground level S. There were even some that were unorthodox and difficult to refine, requiring one to be at least at the 2nd level of foreseeing alchemy. Chen Xiang tried his best to choose the least amount of main ingredients he had and the more useful ones he could. Only with the cooperation of Long Shui and Su Meiyao could he make the best choice for him. After eating the beauty dan, it can reduce the wrinkles on some old fellows. It can make the old people's skin become as young as the young ones, but it needs to be eaten a lot. For those people who care a lot about appearance, this type of pill is very important. Su Meiyao said, There's only one main ingredient, and that's the snow muscle jade GRA. SS. The harder to make is that it's very difficult to melt, but once it melts, it'll evaporate like water. 1 billion spar and only one medicinal ingredient was so precious. This showed how popular the beauty dan was. Even if they were to take it to the auction, it would still go up to 2 billion spar. However, there was no use in eating even one pellet, and one would have to eat many in order for it to be effective. Many old fellows could still maintain their youthful appearance because of this pill. Qun Xiang bought the Destiny Box. After he opened it and took a look, many of the alchemists shook their heads. Little brother's luck is not bad, You actually picked a snow muscle jade GRA. SS. Tan Sheng laughed. Sigh, even a level 9 alchemist would have to refine this pill 10 times to refine it 9 times. It requires a second stage for seeing alchemy to refine. An old man sighed. The Dan King was very clear about what was inside the destiny box. It was a snow muscle jade GRA. Even he himself was not completely confident in being able to refine it, let alone a little brat. Since the Dan King wants to play the big game with me, then for the sake of making everyone happy, I won't hide that thing any longer. Chen Xiang did not care how difficult it was to refine the beauty Dan. He took out a golden fruit that looked like a golden apple. However, it flickered with a golden light that caused one's eyes to ache. It was obvious that this fruit was not ordinary, and there was even a faint trace of an immortal artifact within it. Diamond fruit! Ji Meixian and Dan King Tan Sheng shouted out at the same time. This fruit was in existence close to an immortal fruit. It was the main ingredient used to refine mixed diamond Dan. Even if it was the heaven realm, it was hard to find. But Chen Xiang actually had such a thing. Ji Meixian was secretly surprised. Chen Xiang was even more mysterious than what she had imagined. You two have good eyesight. Since you know, then I won't say any more. Chen Xiang chuckled. Even he did not dare to eat this kind of diamond fruit carelessly. This was a high-grade heaven-level medicinal ingredient used for body tempering, and his current physical body could not even withstand the strength of a diamond fruit. High-grade heaven-level medicinal ingredients could be used to refine high-grade heaven-level pills, and even the Dan King might not be able to refine it. As a Dan King, if Tan Sheng could have something like this, his prestige would definitely rise by a lot. Right now, no one dared to view Chen Xiang as an idiot. 50 relived Dan S. Dan King, stop joking around. Chen Xiang laughed and kept the diamond fruit. Dan King naturally knew that he was a little shabby, and he wanted to make Chen Xiang make the bet as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the other old fellows knew about it, it would be troublesome. Speak. Tan Sheng said, 100 relived Dan S. 200 billion spar S, plus your flurries. Plussing medicine store, including all the pills in the medicine store. Chen Xiang laughed. Everyone was shocked. This evil demon youth in front of them actually wanted them to lose all their family assets. You're asking for it. Tan Zhongxin immediately shouted. Chen Xiang smiled and said to Duan Sanchong, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to get the Dan King S in the city to come over. I think they might even put on their underpants. As expected of Li Tianjuan's successor, since you dare to take out something like the diamond fruit to bet, then this old man will naturally accompany you to the end. There's no need to call anyone else over. I'll make a bet with you. Tan Sheng took a deep breath and shouted resolutely and decisively, 100 relived Dan S. 200 billion spar S, and my medicine store. The entire audience was tongue-tied. They were betting all of their wealth. High-grade heaven levels medicinal ingredients, rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. Although there are many low-grade heaven levels, in the end, there is still a difference of 2 levels. If you want to play, then do it big. One of us is betting on high-grade heaven level fruits. The other one is obviously going to have to pay the same price. After Tan Sheng made his decision, 2 old men with heads full of white came over. When they heard that the diamond fruit had appeared, they directly ignored Pill City's rules that forbade flying and flew over in a hurry. After Tan Sheng made his decision, 2 old men with heads full of white came over. When they heard that the diamond fruit had appeared, they directly ignored Pill City's rules that forbade flying and flew over in a hurry. However, in the end, they were still incomparably disappointed because they had all come too late. Otherwise, the bet that they had made would have definitely moved Chen Xiang, which made them jealous to death. At this time, there were 3 Dan King S and many disciples from famous sections. This kind of scene rarely occurred in Pill City. The beauty Dan that Chen Xiang was refining was not only extremely difficult, but the market was also limited. To those young people, the Beauty Dan was nothing but trash, but in the eyes of those old fellows, it was still very valuable. Brat, you have lost for sure. Just with this lousy material, you can forget about refining a Beauty Dan. An old man with a long beard shook his head and sighed. Chun Xiang looked at the destiny box and only smiled slightly. The snow muscle jade GRA. S had already lost its life force and looked lifeless, even though it was emitting a faint cold aura on the surface. The GRA. S was not as beautiful as the snow jade and was even a little yellow. A perfect snow muscle jade GRA. S. It looked like a young girl's ice skin could be broken with a blow and was extremely beautiful. Anyone who knew how to refine pills would know that the bead in Chun Xiang's hands could only be used to its fullest extent by eating it directly. Judging by its rarity, it was worth 100 million spar. This arrogant brat was just lucky before. How is he going to die this time? The son of the Dan Alliance's alliance master, Yi sneered. His best friend, Chu Quan Fei, continued to speak. Diamond fruit, this prodigal son will definitely lose beyond recognition this time. This time he will not succeed, even if it's the Dan Alliance's alliance master. Chun Xiang smiled faintly. Gambling is always like this. No one has complete confidence, so there's definitely a way to win or lose. Of course, we try our luck. If the two of you don't dare to bet, then don't talk like that. Brat, do you dare to accept our bet again? Duan Sanchong deliberately sounded full of hostility as he asked sinisterly. Why would I not dare? But I remember that you are going to lose everything. Chun Xiang deliberately ridiculed him. Duan Sanchong laughed out loud. You little brat, you have never seen the world. Of course, you wouldn't know the background of that Duan guy. Seeing Chun Xiang being so confident, Duan Sanchong knew that he should do what he did to drag the two Dan King-s into the water. Not only that, he would also drag more people into the water so that Chun Xiang could make a fortune with one vote. I don't know who you are, but if you don't want to bet, then don't talk nonsense. Duan Sanchong sneered, then took out a palm-sized green jade. The most special part of this jade was that there were many spirit green S on it. Do you know what this is? Duan Sanchong raised the green jade and asked. The three Dan King S present all had grave expressions. They tightly knitted their brows as they stared at the green jade. Could this be a heavenly ancient jade? It is said that with this piece of jade by one side, it will allow one to successfully cross the nirvana doom. Tan Sheng took a deep breath and said. Mu Jialan nodded his head. That's right, it is the mysterious ancient jade from the Tong Tian aristocratic family. Looking at the spirit grain on this jade, it should be nirvana tribulation. Ji Mei Xian continued to speak. In other words, as long as this piece of jade is on your person, you can survive the nirvana tribulation. As for the specifics, only Tong Tian aristocratic family and the others know. However, I heard that only the Tong Tian aristocratic family's bloodline can be used, and if someone else uses it, the power of the nirvana doom will only weaken a lot. This piece of jade was absolutely priceless. If a major power obtained it, it would be easier to train a large number of warriors to overcome the nirvana tribulation. One must know that many disciples of various forces were stuck at the peak of the 100 refining realm, not daring to attack. Everyone now understood why the Tong Tian aristocratic family was so powerful. It was because they had this kind of mysterious and bizarre ancient jade that could cultivate a large number of nirvana stage warriors. Whether or not it is used by the people of Tong Tian aristocratic family, there are still endless benefits to be had during tribulation. Although I do not guarantee that I can S it, the power of my nirvana doom will be reduced by more than half. This thing is at least worth 300 or 400 million. Do you think you can afford to bet on it? Duan Sanchong sneered. Everyone secretly cursed Duan Sanchong, and he was actually even more wasteful than Chen Xiang, and decided to take out this kind of clan head treasure to gamble. Only Ji Meixian knew that Duan Sanchang was in cahoots with Qin Xiang, so he dared to use such a treasure to place his bet. If I lose, I'll give you 600 billion. Chen Xiang said indifferently. At this time, Duan Sanchang said to Chu Tongfei and Yi He, "You too, this brat has a very strong family background. Maybe he can come up with something. Why not call your father over and have him join in the fun too?" When Chu Quan and Yi He heard this, they both nodded their heads. "Wait, we'll be right back." Tan Sheng was not in a hurry now, because he had made a bet with Qin Xiang and the diamond fruit was already his. When the alliance master and the city lord came, he could only be anxious. Ji Meixian really wanted to expose Qin Xiang and Duan Sanchang's conspiracy, but she didn't dare do so, otherwise Qin Xiang would definitely release the contents of the image crystal. However, seeing these Dan King jumping into the pit of fire made her very satisfied, and she couldn't help but praise Qin Xiang and Duan Sanchang, these two be ASTARDS. At this time, the long-bearded Dan King walked in front of Qin Xiang and smiled. "Little brother, I heard that you are Li Tianjuan's successor. You are as straightforward as your ancestor. As expected, you are from the same origin. I wonder if you can let this old man have a good time?" However, spar could not tempt him at all. He needed the high, grade heaven level S medicine. This long-bearded Dan King clearly knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and had warned him just now to even make a bet with him. It was obvious that he had his eyes on Li Tianjuan's high-grade medicinal ingredients that he inherited. Qin Xiang was very happy that these Dan King came to seek death themselves, so he was very willing to accept them as members. He smiled and said, "This boy still has a 9 deadly flower, although it isn't as good as the diamond fruit, but it is still a rare item. I wonder if Senior will be able to take out anything that would satisfy this kid." As they spoke, Qin Xiang took out a small black flower that was the size of a thumb. Sensing the strange energy this flower was emitting, everyone felt a pressure in their hearts. Those who had heard of the 9 deadly flower were all staring at it in shock. To ascend to the 9 deadly flower and refine a flying Dan, one had a very high chance of pass. Sing through the 9 nirvana tribulations. There were a few elders of the 8th nirvana who were looking at the flower with excitement. To them, flying Dan were more precious than diamond fruit. They were not members of the Tong Tian aristocratic family, and had a narrow chance of surviving when facing the 9 nirvana tribulations. Right now, everyone believed in Chen Xiang's fake ident.tai. In their eyes, only Li Tianjuan's successor would have so many rare medicines. Right now, everyone believed in Chen Xiang's fake ident. One Tai. In their eyes, only Li Tianjuan's successor would have so many rare medicines. The long-bearded Dan King stared blankly at the pearl that was about to soar into the sky. "Senior, hurry up and make your decision. Otherwise, I'll give it to someone else." Qin Xiang laughed. Tan Sheng had staked 100 relived Dan pills, a large number of spar beasts, an entire pellet medicine store. Although the soaring 9 deadly flower was of the lower heaven level, it was still worth exactly the same price when compared to the others, and was placed in the lower heaven level realm just because it was easier to refine. A nature fruit, the long-bearded old man said. Qin Xiang shook his head. "I have nature fruit. It isn't attractive to me." The bearded elder let out a long sigh, as if he had made a very important decision, and said, 30 relived Dan, 1 more Hunyuan Dan, and 1 more set of Hunyuan Dan's medicinal herbs. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Although the Hunyuan Dan was better than many of the mixed diamond Dan, it was still a low-grade heaven-level pill. A pill that the old guy of Nirvana stage used the most to raise his strength. As for the 30 relived Dan, they were also very precious. Now, everyone knew the foundation of these Dan King S, and every Dan King had quite a few relived Dan by their side. All right. Chen Xiang urgently needed to level up now. The 5 beast statue in his dantian were a bottomless pit, so he could only use this kind of high-leveled pill to quickly fill them up. This old fellow will definitely cry himself to death when he loses. Su Meiyao laughed. There was still a Dan King here, so he did not plan to make a bet with Qin Xiang. He only watched from the side, obviously having some scruples. Qin Xiang recognized this Dan King. The relations HI plus P between this Dan King and Dongfang Lingyun was very good, and it was because of him that Dongfang Lingyun was able to hide within the Dan alliance. What made Qin Xiang a little depressed was that he had originally planned to wait for the Dan alliance's alliance master and Pill City's city lord to come over. However, those two brats had gone for so long and did not invite their father over, but instead told the people here that they did not need to wait any longer. When Qin Xiang heard this, he knew that the alliance master and the city lord were not here on purpose. With the previous incident, many people at the scene became very obedient, no longer blindly joining the gambling house. After inspecting the pill furnace, the two Dan King S stood beside him and watched carefully as Qin Xiang concocted pills. This was because they couldn't do anything to Qin Xiang. They also wanted to see what the outcome would be. After all, he was Li Tianjuan's successor, and he might be able to SHI plus NE in the younger generation in the future. Sooner or later, they would have to fight. The reason why Qin Xiang was so confident was because he had the supplementary medicines that were cultivated by creation, divine, liquid S. They were all very old ginseng, lingji, etc. These supplementary medicine could provide a very dense and special life force. As long as it seeped into the large number of snow muscle, jade, S that were on the verge of death, it would be able to revive them. As long as the ingredients were perfect, and given that he had mastered the basics to refining derefining Dan, as long as it was a middle-grade ground-level pill, it would not be a problem for him. Qin Xiang placed the dying snow muscle, jade, S into the pill furnace along with a bunch of supplementary herbs. As he released the flames, the supplementary herbs released a large amount of rich life force, which was unique to the creation divine liquid, and was quickly absorbed by it, allowing it to recover its vitality. No one could see what happened inside the pill furnace, so they naturally did not know about the scene with the divine tool. Otherwise, no one would be willing to bet with Qin Xiang. Just like before, Qin Xiang maintained a calm face as he controlled the flames and burned the herbs inside seriously. It was exactly as the long-bearded Dan King said, the snow muscle jade, S was difficult to burn, and it had an extremely powerful icy cold power that could defend against the invasion of flames. Even if he had a heaven fire soul, being able to release a heaven fire, it would be difficult to defeat it. Fortunately, he had mastered the foreseeing alchemy well, so even if it was his first time burning a snow muscle jade, he could clearly feel the special characteristics of this kind of medicine and then make him use the second stage of the foreseeing alchemy. The snow muscle jade, S looked like it could not be burned, but once it reached a certain point, it would suddenly explode. If he could not control the flame well at that moment, he would evaporate the snow muscle jade, S that had turned into water. The snow muscle jade, S had many variables, so it required 2 stages of foreseeing alchemy. Even so, to control the moment, the snow muscle jade, S suddenly melted. One still had to rely on the alchemist's senses. That kind of innate ability was very sensitive to changes in medicinal ingredients. These were all the difficulties in refining Beauty Dan. Su Meiyao had told Qin Xiang about them before. The iron bone Dan from before didn't need to have 2 levels of foreseeing alchemy, and the special nature of the ingredients were still considered gentle. They weren't as unruly as the snow muscle jade, S, and were hard to serve. Therefore, the alchemist S believed that Qin Xiang had a lot of luck and pressure to successfully refine the iron bone Dan. Many alchemists S would take part in the compet. 1. Tie in and use the atmosphere in the compet. 1. Tie in to exert pressure on themselves, stimulating their own potential so that they could break through. The majority of alchemists believed that Chen Xiang was most likely in such a situation. Those Dan King did not say anything as they quietly watched on. Those who had placed their bets, if they lost, it would be a huge loss, especially that Dan King Tansheng. The heaven-level pill was also very valuable in the heaven realm, and that diamond fruit made Ji Meixian's heart move. However, she knew that if she wanted to NHC it from Chen Xiang, it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens. At that moment, he abruptly retracted his flames and used a soft flame to slowly refine it. As long as he made any slight changes, he would be able to immediately control the gentle flames. Sensing that the flames released by the pill furnace had suddenly disappeared, the two Dan King's faces became gloomy. Chen Xiang's ability to control fire was extremely great. He had already reached the realm where he could control fire as he wished, and even they were ashamed of themselves. They had originally thought that they had an 80% chance of winning, but now they were all wearing dark expressions and didn't say anything. They looked as if they were about to die, and their faces were completely ashen. Everyone was secretly glad that they did not bet, else they would have been buried along with the two Dan King. The long-bearded Dan King's expression was a little better. Even if he lost, he would only lose a pill and a portion of medicinal ingredients. Although they were very precious, they did not affect his attack. But Tan Sheng was different. Not only did he lose his family foundation, he also lost someone. Tan Zhongxin clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to destroy Chen Xiang's pill furnace that was as stable as a mountain with a punch. If his father lost, the name of the owner of the Flurries, Plussing Pill Shop, would change. How would he be able to hold his head up high in the future? C843. The Heavenly Girl also went mad. C843. The Heavenly Girl also went mad. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. They looked at Shen Xiang's pill furnace nervously and quietly. Many of the people who lost Spar and Treasure earlier were gloating, because no matter who won, they would feel very satisfied. If two Dan King's lost, then they would be the same as them, becoming the losers and, moreover, losing even more miserably. If Shen Xiang lost, they would also feel relieved. Shen Xiang had originally planned to shake the pill furnace and try the same thing again. But the people here weren't idiots. After getting played once, there definitely wouldn't be a second time. Using the method of deflation, I purposely opened a small crack on the lid of the pill furnace so that the ferocious drug aura could float out. She was a true Dan Xian, and not even 10 Dan King could compare to her. Inside the Yanlong furnace, the common sanguinarine herb had already melted and was being burned by Xinxiang. When he fused common sanguinarine herb and auxiliary medicine, he would make the atmosphere inside the furnace very tyrannical. Reaching this step was basically already within Xinxiang's control. In order to drag the last Dan King into the water as well, he did as Su Meiyao said and allowed the cover of the Yanlong furnace to be opened, revealing a very thin crack. Just at that moment, a strand of drug aura drifted out from within. Although it was only a strand, the alchemist could tell how many different types of spirit medicines were mixed together. The two Dan King's heaved sighs of relief. When they saw that Shen Xiang's face had changed and his head was covered in sweat, they laughed out loud in their hearts. You're actually discouraged. This is a taboo in refining pills. This is considered destroyed. There are very few common sanguinarine herb dying here, but a bit of it has been leaked. Even if the Dan Xian came down to the mortal realm, she wouldn't be able to save you. Tan Zhongxin laughed sinisterly. When concocting pills, a lot of care was placed on the drug aura. Once a little of it was leaked out, it would be very difficult to succeed. What Su Meiyao had taught him was much more effective than letting the pellet shake, and was even more convincing. These Dan King, in particular, all had smiles on their faces. Meijia, help me. Shen Xiang suddenly sent a sound transmission to Ji Meixian. Although Ji Meixian was his archenemy, their relations. H.I. plus P was very strange at the moment. If Ji Meixian wanted to protect him, He would have to follow him sometimes. Ji Meixian had also captured that sliver of drug aura just now, but she could feel that the moment the lid was opened, the drug aura inside the furnace was incomparably dense. Although she wasn't refining pills, she could still see that the drug aura inside the furnace was sufficient to condense the pill. She quickly guessed that this was Shen Xiang's method of letting others fall into his pit, and it was even more brilliant than the method he used to shake the pill furnace. I can help you drag those guys into the water, but you have to give me that image crystal. Ji Meixian replied with his divine sense. Then forget it. The image crystal is more valuable than anything else. Xin Xiang laughed. Okay, if you give me the 5 relived Dan, I'll help you pull that Dan King into the water. As for those other fish, it's up to them. Ji Meixian said, I will get Mu Jialan to make a move too. When the time comes, you must give her a relived Dan as compensation. As long as he won, Shen Xiang would be able to obtain 100 relived Dan from Tansheng. If he could swindle another Dan King, then it would absolutely be worth it. Okay, no problem, but the condition is that you have to scam that cunning Dan King. Xin Xiang agreed. That Dan King, who had a very good relations, H.I.+P. with Dongfang Lingyun, was still unmoved until now, and was obviously not easy to deal with. That depends on how you move him. Ji Meixian snorted. The two of them used their spiritual sense to communicate and agreed to cooperate because this was beneficial to both sides. Sir, you are Li Tianjuan's successor. I presume that the small matter of exposing the drug aura will not affect you, right? Ji Meixian took off her mask, revealing a beautiful face that made people suffocate. The autumn waves were like water. Her voice was sweet and light, with a hint of charm, making many men feel that it was worth it. Xin Xiang only glanced at her and sneered. Naturally, I won't delay the success of my core formation. What, does Bai Hai Tian Nu want to place a bet? As expected of a woman, meticulous and cautious, Ji Meixian's body was graceful, her eyes like silk, and her voice was sweet and lovely. At this time she smiled sweetly. Could it be that young Master Li does not dare let this little girl join us? Or are you worried about a woman's bad luck? I wish I could lose to a beauty like Bai Hai Tian Nu. It's just that I've always played it big. Bai Hai Tian Nu has been watching from the side for a long time, so she should be clear about this. Xin Xiang's voice was calm, but as he spoke his forehead was perspiring profusely. 200 billion spar. I wonder if it can satisfy young Master's appetite. Won't he? With a wave of her jade hand, Ji Meixian actually threw out 200 billion spares. Everyone was shocked, especially that heavenly son of the peach blossom Shang realm, Jing Xingliang. She was also a favored son of the sage realm, but he already reached the limit for the 1 billion spar. He never thought that Ji Meixian would be so crazy, taking out 200 billion in one go. The Bai Hai Tian Nu had already placed his bet and was not moved before. But now, at the most crucial moment, she placed his very large bet, which caused many people to waver. Young Master Li, I don't have as many spar as you. I wonder if I can place a bet of 2 billion? The peach blossom heaven lady covered with a pink silk cloth asked. Her voice was like that of an aureole, sweet and intoxicating. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, as if she could make a man's heart sink into it. Xin Xiang forced a smile and said, If a beauty can defeat me with 2 billion, I think she will remember this in her heart for the rest of her life, right? Even if I lose, it would be worth it to be remembered by such a beauty for the rest of my life. Mu Jialan laughed lightly and threw a storage bag inside. One of them was 200 billion spar, while the other was 2 billion. If he didn't take action now, then when would he? In order to attract the attention of the two girls, the group of animals had thrown away their entire families without any hesitation. Adding Ji Meixian's 200 billion, the amount ACCU, Mulat on the ground had already reached more than 270 billion. A genius disciple is indeed extraordinary. This old man really wants to place his bet. However, I wonder if little brother can take out something that is worthy enough for this old man to take action on? The Dan King finally spoke. Of course, Shen Xiang couldn't disappoint this cunning Dan King. Otherwise, how could he obtain the best thing in this Dan King? That depends on what Senior Dan King can take out. Shen Xiang intentionally did not look at the Dan King, making people think that he did not want the Dan King to partake. 1p8. The more it was like this, the more this Dan King wanted to join in. Right now, he had already confirmed that this batch of pills from Xinxiang was going to be destroyed because a very weak wisp of drug aura had just leaked out. These Dan King S all knew that this was definitely not done on purpose. If not Xinxiang was an idiot, he would use such a thing to joke around. Even they, the Dan King S who used the best spirit medicine to refine pills, did not dare to let the drug aura leak out so easily, especially the violent drug aura that had only fused half of it. Even though it was only one strand, it contained a lot of it, and a strand of it could cause irreparable mistakes. Everyone was waiting for the cunning Dan King to make her move. They wanted to see what he would take out to bet with Xinxiang. The cunning Dan King did not immediately take out something, but was considering something. The cunning Dan King did not immediately take out something, but was considering something. What this old man needs is not medicinal herbs. Dan King thought for a moment, then said. Chun Xiang felt disdain in his heart. This was a gamble, not an exchange. If little brother can take out something that makes this old man's heart beat, I can use my skill to bet with you. The Dan King continued. Chun Xiang did not lack any powerful martial arts, but he was still a little curious. This Dan King seemed to have very high expectations of him. He quickly observed the expressions of the other two Dan King-s and noticed that both Tan Sheng and the long-bearded Dan King's expressions changed. Old man Chiao, are you talking about the heaven-earth killing method? Tan Sheng could not help but ask. Heaven-earth killing method. Just by hearing the name, it was known to be very powerful. Heaven-earth killing method? Was the Tong Tian aristocratic family's inheritance lost to him at the highest possible level? How did you get it? Duan Sanchong said in shock. I picked it up, can't I? Old man, Chiao said coldly. I heard that the heaven-earth killing method was sealed on a stone tablet. Even if you obtained it, it would be difficult to cultivate successfully, because the mental cultivation method written on it is extremely profound and obscure. Even the heaven realm immortals found it hard to understand. Ji Meixian's words made the expression of old man Chiao change. So what? But this cannot deny the value of the heaven-earth killing method. Even if the stone tablet was placed in the heaven realm, it would still cause a bloodbath. Old man Chiao said loudly. Mu Jelon sighed lightly. Legend has it that once one succeeds in cultivating this heaven-earth killing method, it will definitely lead to a calamity. Tong Tian aristocratic family does not only have it in the mortal realm, they also have it in the heaven realm. This thing is hot potato. Duan Sanchong laughed as he gave Qin Xiang a meaningful glance before sending him a sound transmission. Although the heaven-earth killing method is very powerful, it can bring about misfortune to others. Even in the ancient times, no one in the Tong Tian aristocratic family would dare to take it. To tell you the truth, my Duan clan is also considered to be a member of the Tong Tian aristocratic family, but was kicked out because of tomb robbing. The ancient powers all knew how powerful the heaven-earth killing method was, and Qin Xiang also frowned. It's actually the heaven-earth killing method. A human used this technique to make one of my ancestors of the imperial dragon race suffer a great loss. I heard that this technique is very powerful. Long Shui said, It's best if we can take it. Our master told us about the power of the heaven-earth killing method. Back then, in order to find this killing technique, master gave it to junior sister and searched for 100 years, but still did not manage to find any clues. Bai Yu said, this was a gamble, and if there wasn't something that would satisfy old man Chiao, he wouldn't be willing to gamble. This old fellow doesn't have a fire soul. Long Shui said, Since Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu approved of this matter, Qinxiang did not doubt that it was a gamble anymore. He already had victory in his hands. He only needed to make old Qiu place the bet. Just then, Qinxiang's pill furnace revealed another sliver of medicine aura, causing Tan Sheng and the long-bearded Dan King to uncontrollably smile. Of course, Qinxiang did this on purpose. He was very patient and did not pay any attention to old man Qiu. Little brother is the descendant of Li Tianjun. You must not only have medicinal ingredients. Although old man Qiu did not want to bet, he also wanted to fish for something from Qinxiang. Otherwise, if he saw that Tan Sheng had obtained the diamond fruit and the long-bearded Dan King had gotten the soaring nine-headed flower, his heart would be very unbalanced. Yes, there is. It might not be suitable for senior's taste. Qinxiang said coldly. His expression was serious, and his brows were knitted tightly as he continued to concoct pills. Old man Qiu threw out a stone tablet, just to let Qinxiang know the value of it. The black monolith seemed to be somewhat old and worn out, full of potholes, but it exuded a dense ancient aura, making people feel as if it had existed since the birth of the world. The black monolith seemed to be somewhat old, but it emitted a dense ancient aura, making people feel that it had existed since the birth of the world. The most important thing was that the stone tablet had a terrifying aura. It was that kind of killing intent that was able to affect Qinxiang's killing heart. If not for Qinxiang suppressing the killing heart, then maybe he would have released all of the killing intent he had cultivated. His killing intent was extremely terrifying. Right now, he did not dare to unleash it all at once, because he had killed many experts, including dragons, powerful immortals, and poisonous beast Devil G. O.D. As long as someone was killed by him, the ACCU, Mulat killing intent would be absorbed by him and stored in the killing heart. He really is powerful. As Qinxiang said this, he took out a cyan-colored pearl. This was actually an azure-colored fire soul. This was formed by him using the green fire soul within the bodies of the two elders from the Fire Divine Palaces. It was as he had guessed the fire soul could evolve, even though it was only a cyan-colored fire soul, which was far inferior to the blue fire soul. When old Qiu saw it with burning eyes, he said, "Good, as expected, you didn't disappoint me. So I used this heaven-earth killing method to place my bet." Someone actually used the cyan fire soul to make a bet. If such a thing was auctioned off, it would be hard for even 1,000,000,000 spar to obtain it, because there were simply too few fire soul less. Even some of the Dan King S did not have a fire soul, not even a Dan immortal like Su Meiyao. Without the fire soul, he might not be able to become a pill or immortal. However, with the fire soul, he could make the alchemist work twice as hard and increase his speed and control of fire by a lot. The heaven-earth killing method was also not bad. The two were both inestimable prices, and in the eyes of different people, they had different values. Even if it was an exchange, Qinxiang and the old man Qiu were both very willing. However, this was a gamble. They would get nothing if they lost. Qinxiang had already revealed 3 threads of the medicine aura, and the Dan King S could see that Qinxiang was trying to turn the tide. However, they all believed that no matter what Qinxiang did, the outcome was already set. It was still possible, but most of the alchemists thought that it would be very difficult. Although they knew that some of the alchemists could succeed, those could only be saved by chance. This is my Peach Blossom Imperial Lands Peach Blossom Immortal Dew. 1 drop for 10 billion spar. Inside this bottle there are at least 500 billion drops, and it's worth 500 billion. If you lose, just give me 500 billion spar. Jing Xingliang. This Peach Blossom Prince was not one to be outdone. The stakes placed by the 2 heavenly girls were much greater than his, so he had been feeling uncomfortable the entire time. This surprised Qinxiang. He didn't expect that at this time there would be another fish jumping into the net. Leader once said, "This Peach Blossom Immortal Dew is worth 1 drop every 10 years. This is a quant. 1. Tai that is 5,000 years, What are you thinking about if one drop's value far exceeds 10 billion spares? This is something that cannot be sold privately. Mu Jialan reprimanded. This is a good item. One drop is equivalent to half a pellet of relive Dan. Duan Sanchong laughed. Obviously he understood his limits very well. Jing Xingliang said coldly to Mu Jialan, "It's none of your business." The discord between the sage realm and the heavenly daughter of the Tong Tian aristocratic family was nothing new. The discord between the sage realm and the heavenly daughter of the Tong Tian aristocratic family was nothing new. This is more than half of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land's reserves. It was useless for Mu Jialan to say anything, because Jing Xingliang had already decided to gamble, and he felt that he would win. Chun Xiang felt that the big fish had already entered the net, so it was about time to retract the net. He released his innate powers and combined them with his vast spiritual sense. He immediately shot out from between his eyebrows into the pill furnace, speeding up the process of condensing the pill. It's about to form a core. You're using all of your spiritual sense. As expected, the consciousness of a high-ranking alchemist is not just for show, it's really amazing, a young man said. He was an alchemist, but only a low-ranked. At this moment, everyone who had placed their bets felt as if their hearts had stopped. The entire stadium was extremely quiet, and all of them held their breaths, especially those who gambled so much if they lost it would be equivalent to throwing away all their wealth, especially Dan King Tansheng. If Qin Xiang wasn't a tyke, and even if he threw out so many heavyweights as bait, he still wouldn't have been able to catch so many big fish. Qin Xiang was also a little nervous at this moment, but he was mostly excited, especially when he saw the pills inside the pill furnace slowly condense and take shape. It's going to be a success. Chen Xiang suddenly calmed himself down. He could not let this critical juncture cause any problems, or else all his efforts would come to naught. Not everyone could calm down at this point of time. There were some alchemists who would fail once their minds were affected. But from start to finish, not only had Chen Xiang been affected by a lot of things, he was even talking to someone else. If not for the fact that he claimed to be the descendant of Li Tianjun, many old fellows would have thought that he was some old fellow who had regressed back to his youth. A moment Pa S. said, but it made people feel as if they had waited for more than 10 hours. Seeing that Qin Xiang slowly heaved a sigh of relief, with no expression, their feelings were different, because they still did not know if he had succeeded or failed, and Qin Xiang was indeed too calm. He was still calm after everything that happened. Say, Qin Xiang sighed, and everyone immediately revealed a smile. They thought that Qin Xiang had failed. Everyone, I'm very happy that you guys can play so happily with me. Even if I lose, I will still be very happy. And now, this little brother has accidentally won again. Chen Xiang suddenly laughed and opened his pill furnace. The snow-white beauty Dan floated out, causing the faces of those who bet to freeze. When they saw the two snow-white beauty Dan, it was as if their world had suddenly turned dark, as if they had suddenly fallen into an abyss. Chun Xiang succeeded, and it was only two of them. Two of them were pure white with no blemishes. In the eyes of these people partook. 1. Pete. Aiding in the bet, they were like two extremely poisonous poisons. The rays of light emitted by the beauty Dan made them feel that they were evil, because it was these two broken pills that had caused them to lose as if they had fallen into an abyss. Everyone, please accept my condolences. Chun Xiang waved his hand, taking the opportunity when everyone was in a daze to take away all those things. Although he had over 700 billion, he still had 200 billion to return to Ji Meixian. But to obtain the Peach Blossom Prince's Peach Blossom Immortal Dew, it was worth far more than 500 billion. Of course, there were also the things from the other two Dan King-s. At this moment, he wanted to let Su Meiyao and the others have a good look at the stone tablet that was recorded with the heaven-earth killing method. The three Dan King-s found it hard to believe. Chen Xiang had clearly revealed 3 strands of medicine aura, but he could still succeed, and it was even 2 pieces of beauty Dan. These 3 old fellows who were severely injured, shakily walked over to Qinxiang's side and carefully examined the two beauty danesses. They had indeed just been refined just now and still carried a sense of warmth. The three Dan King S suddenly felt that Qinxiang purposely revealed the medicine aura to trick them. Thinking of this, their intestines turned green. At this time, many people in the hall had green faces. They glared at Qinxiang with eyes that were like sharp blades Wisconsin H. I, plus-ing to stab Qinxiang a few hundred times. If the people here didn't have some status, they would have already made their move. Even the three Dan King S wanted to kill Qinxiang. Seniors, you haven't given me anything yet. Qinxiang said while smiling. Lose the bet and take it. The long-bearded Dan King was rather straightforward, giving Qinxiang a storage bag, 30 pellets of Relive Dan, a pellet of Hunyuan Dan, and a portion of Hunyuan Dan medicine. Father, Tan Zhongxin glared at Qinxiang, wanting nothing more than to cut off pieces of his flesh. Tan Sheng lost the most miserably. He wanted to give Qinxiang 100 pellets of Relive Dan, 200 billion spar, an entire medicinal store that was Flurries. I plussing with pills. But if he won, he would be able to obtain a high, grade heaven level diamond fruit. This was a bet. Although Qinxiang had another ident. 1. He still couldn't avoid offending a large group of people. And right now, there were a lot of people who wanted to kill him. These are 100 Relive Dan, 200 billion. Tan Sheng and the shopkeepers left for a while before returning. Qinxiang used his divine sense to scan the storage bag. And what about this pill shop? After Tan Sheng took in a few deep breaths, he took out a jade tablet with words engraved on it. After releasing the contract with blood dripping from it, he handed it over to Qinxiang. This was the pill shop's contract, and after Qinxiang dripped a drop of blood, he confirmed that the contract was valid and then laughed. Thank you! After refining a whole batch of Beauty Dan, Qinxiang had won so much that anyone would be jealous to death if word of it spread. Let's go! Tan Sheng's face became gloomy. Smoke rose from his hair, and anger filled his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought away everyone from the pill shop. Some of the people who lost whined for a while, then left hatefully. After everyone had left, there was still a lot of grievance left, which Qinxiang found funny. Haha, it's mine now. Qinxiang took off the signboard of the medicine store and sat at the door laughing loudly. This was a very good section of the road, and the shop was very large and well decorated. There were 5 floors in total, and behind them were herb fields and many courtyards. Of course, Qinxiang alone would not be able to manage such a large pill shop, but he was not worried. After closing the door, he activated the protective array to prevent others from sneaking in, and then went to Dan Fragrance Pure Land shop that was opened here. Qinxiang changed his appearance and took out the jade tablet that Hua Xiangyue had given him. He asked the manager of the Incense Pill Pavilion to pass a message to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land and asked them to send a great character from the Dan Fragrance Pure Land over. He did not wait at the Alchemy Fragrance Pavilion. Instead, he found Ji Meixian and returned her 200 billion spar to her, then gave her 6 Relive Dan. Ji Meixian was still living on top of that tower. You told her about me? Qinxiang asked. No. Ji Meixian said coldly. Our cooperation is over. Please leave. Ji Meixian was also very jealous of Qinxiang at this time. She was worried that she would not be able to resist and make her move. But she knew that it would be an unwise move to make a move against Qinxiang. C846. C846, even though he had been chased away by Ji Meixian, Qinxiang's mood was still very good. He was the big winner right now, and all the streets and alleys in Dan City were discussing about him. A lot of people went to visit the Dingsheng pill shop, but there was no one inside, so everyone was able to guess that the Li Runshan fellow was hiding there. His name was benevolent and kind, but he annihilated evil beyond compare. At this time, those who lost their bets all called him Evil Demon Li. Forget about the fact that he was tricked in the first round, but he still dared to come to the second round. Furthermore, 2 Dan King S were caught and even lost miserably, so he just gave away the precious bottle of Peach Blossom Immortal Dew that was worth 500 billion. In the eyes of many people, Duan Sanchong and Ji Meixian had also lost very much. But they were all people that Qin Xiang had invited, and after this, Qin Xiang would not only return the things to them, he would also give them compensation. If others were to find out, Duan Sanchong would definitely be hunted down. I say, Brother Shin, you are too evil. I think those who have lost are all hiding in their rooms and throwing things around. Ha! Duan Sanchong laughed. He gave Qin Xiang everything back, and at the moment they were drinking in his room. Don't you see that after the 3 Dan King S left, their expressions were extremely ugly? Their entire bodies were emitting smoke. Ha! As Duan Sanchong drank, he laughed loudly and choked on his wine several times. As the big winner, Qin Xiang was calm, but in his heart he was still very excited. Hee, there's still a lot of big fish left. I really want to wash them all. Qin Xiang laughed. It will probably be difficult in the future. There are lessons from the past. Duan Sanchong shook his head. Qin Xiang didn't think so. As long as the temptation was enough, he wasn't afraid. Right now, many people are plotting against you. You must be careful. Even though you are in Pill City, you have offended 3 Dan King S. With their deep roots and backgrounds, they might even make a move against your medicine shop. Duan Sanchong warned. The medicine shop was very big. There were many pills inside. Qin Xiang was only one person, and it was hard to control. But Qin Xiang had already thought of a way. You don't have to worry. I can settle this matter by today. Qin Xiang looked like he didn't care. After Qin Xiang scooped out a large sum of money, he disappeared without a trace. At this time, many people were looking for him. Many big powers were secretly investigating him. But they couldn't find anything, as though this person suddenly popped out from a rock and then disappeared. Some of them wanted to find Qin Xiang's whereabouts, wait for him to leave the city, and then make their move. Some wanted to rope him in, some wanted to talk about business, and some wanted to exchange some things with him. Qin Xiang had given Duan Sanchong 10 relived Dan, but he didn't want them because Qin Xiang had benefited greatly by telling him about the tomb of the son of the devil Ji. There are a lot of good things inside that tomb. Duan Sanchong placed all of these things on the ground. They were all items with surging demonic qi, such as blades and other similar weapons, as well as some materials only the demon world had. Some demonic arts, mental cultivation techniques, books, and medicinal herbs. These things were all very precious, especially the demon arts. However, Qin Xiang's devil arts were much better than the demon arts, so he had seen a lot of them. As for the weapons, they were all used by the devil cultivator. He had no use for them. Brother Qin, please pick any one of these items. Duan Sanchong said very casually as he poured the wine. He didn't lie to you. There are a lot of these things that are pretty good. It suits your status as the son of the demon Ji. Oh, D, but you have used a lot of them. Those medicinal herbs aren't suitable for refining pills. They're only suitable for eating. By you said, Qin Xiang picked up a gray metal rod. It was 10 feet long, very heavy and very STU. Dysprosium. I want this for my little disciple. Qin Xiang laughed. Xiao Chou belonged to the great strength race, and now that everyone from the human realm was gathered, it was a very powerful force. Brother Shin, I'm going back to my family. The book on the demon Ji. Oh, Di's son's death is very valuable. I'll bring it back for those old fellows to study. Duan Sanchong said, See you later. After Duan Sanchong left, Qin Xiang immediately went to the Pill's Fragrance Pavilion. To his surprise, the important person that the Dan Fragrance Pure Land had sent was Hua Xiangyue. The message from the jade token in Qin Xiang's hand was directly sent to the leader. So Hua Xiangyue naturally had to personally come over to see what his little master had instructed him to do. As soon as she came, she heard about Li Tianjuan's successor, and she could immediately confirm that the evil demon, Li, who caused so much trouble, was her little mistress. In an elegant room, the moment Qin Xiang entered, he saw that Hua Xiangyue was wearing a fiery long skirt, revealing her shoulders. Between the mountain peaks that were half wrapped up in snow, there was a deep ravine, and a long snow-white leg was revealed from within the long skirt, looking extremely alluring. Hua Xiangyue blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. Her fluttering eyelashes and the enchanting autumn wave made her eyes emit an electric light that could captivate people. When this extremely charming female slave saw Qin Xiang, she gently stroked her beautiful long hair. Her incomparably charming and moving appearance made Qin Xiang's breathing quicken. "Little flower demon, I missed you to death." Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly. He returned to his original appearance and flew to Hua Xiangyue's side, tightly grabbing onto the beautiful female slave's waist. His bad hand slowly moved through the thin silk dress. Seeing that her young mistress had become much younger and even had tender skin, Hua Xiangyue smiled as she caressed her hands. "Little scoundrel, now that you're like this, I really want to eat you. I want to eat you more." Qin Xiang hugged Hua Xiangyue, bit on her alluring red lips, and forcefully kissed Hua Xiangyue. Ugh! Hua Xiangyue never thought that this little mistress would be so anxious. As she kissed her, she peeled off her clothes. On the bed, the two of them were naked, kissing pa's silently while hugging each other. The beauty's breathing became faster and faster, and the fragrance from her body became stronger and stronger, adding to her charming and flirtatious gentleness. The man found it hard to control himself. The rooms were full of colors. Killing intent filled the air above the Pill City, causing the entire Pill City to be enveloped in a depressing haze. Several big shots from the Tong Tian aristocratic family had come, even if they had to expend a large amount of resources to open the transmission array and travel from another region to the southern region of the Pill City. They had all come for the heaven-earth killing method, and Duan Sanchong had once said that a long time ago even Tong Tian aristocratic family did not dare to cultivate it. But that did not mean that the current Tong Tian aristocratic family could not cultivate it. All of these Tong Tian aristocratic family have come for the heaven-earth killing method. Not only were the experts of the Tong Tian aristocratic family here, there were also the experts of the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. It was said that the heaven-earth killing method was connected to some of the ancient powers, and they had also come to search for the heaven-earth killing method. Pill City was very big. It was hard to find if one was hiding there. However, the Tong Tian aristocratic family that came here sent many people to search for the brat called Li Rinshan. However, what they did not know was that it was only Qin Xiang's other ident. One Tai, the person they were looking for, was currently in bed with his peerless beauty, living a carefree life. In the morning, Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue lived a happy night. When they received some information, they found out how many waves the heaven-earth killing method had caused, and it actually attracted even more of the ancient powers that had been hidden for many years. In the morning, Qin Xiang and Hua Xiangyue lived a happy night. When they received some information, they found out how many waves the heaven-earth killing method had caused, and it actually attracted even more of the ancient powers that had been hidden for many years. Huang Jintian, who was in super martial school, immediately rushed to Dan City upon hearing the news. What was most worth the attention of the ancient powers was that there were 4 white-haired people wearing white robes and a white jade mask beside Huang Jintian. As soon as they teleported to Dan City, they went straight to the elixir shop and stood by the door, waiting. Huang Jintian could guess that the rascal who had changed his name to Li Rinshan was none other than Qin Xiang himself. "Little scoundrel, you actually didn't tell me about such an important matter happening." Hua Xiangyue spat lightly. His face was still flushed red. After being nourished by Qin Xiang for an entire night, this lovely little flower demon became even more beautiful. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, "Who let you seduce me?" He took out the room deed for the dusk gold elixir shop and handed it over to Hua Xiangyue after clarifying the contract. The dusk gold elixir shop is yours now. Help me manage it properly. It might be of great use in the future. All right, when others ask, I'll tell them that you sold it to me at a high price. Hua Xiangyue understood Chen Xiang's intention. Chun Xiang thought for a moment, then continued. When the time comes, you will tell me that your Dan, Fragrance, Pure Land, and Li Tianjun have some sort of relations. H-I plus P, and you said that I owed you a favor, so I pa-s. Said this shop on to your Dan, Fragrance, Pure Land. Hua Xiangyue nodded his head. You can leave the city now. I'll go draw their attention. Be careful. Right now. Chun Xiang only wanted to find a safe place to meditate and study the heaven-earth killing method. With so many ancient powers being mobilized, he was sure that they were not simple people. Even the Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu, had not caused such a commotion. The large amount of pills and medicine fields inside the Dingsheng pill shop were still very valuable. Right now, all around the mansion-like shop were people from various major powers, all staring closely at the Dingsheng pill shop, waiting for the person who obtained the heaven-earth killing method. Chun Xiang became an old man and wandered around the city. He realized that the entire city was sealed. It was a barrier set up by the combined forces of many rankers. All the ancient transmission array were sealed and could only be used to teleport over, not to teleport out. Now, not even a fly could fly out of Dan City. To be able to quietly lay such a powerful barrier, most likely a few immortals must have teamed up. What kind of background does the heaven-earth killing method have? Chun Xiang was a little anxious as he realized that even the ground was sealed tightly. We're not too sure. It should be one of the most powerful techniques in the 10 days of the celestial realm. This new world, which the 3 realms of the human and demon realms have fused with each other, is the strongest of all those years ago, the 10th heavenly layer. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang found Duan Sanchong, and at the same time, disguised himself to look for him. He was in a hotel near the Zenith Pill Shop, staring at the entrance of the Zenith Pill Shop. An extremely oppressive aura permeated the air around the medicinal shop. The entire mansion had been scanned by his divine sense countless times, but no one dared to enter. If the formation was about to be destroyed, the entire mansion would be razed to the ground. What's more, Huang Jintian, this crazy old man, was wearing a white jade mask and was wearing a mysterious white robe, standing guard at the entrance. Brother Shin, I've already said that the heaven-earth killing method is a hot potato. You almost broke through the sky, and if it were to spread to heaven realm, it wouldn't take long before this world is filled with deities. Duan Sanchong paced back and forth in his room, extremely anxious. He saw Chun Xiang casually drinking tea and wished that he could kick him. Ji Meixian was also nearby. He naturally knew where Chun Xiang was. As long as he was within 1,000 miles of her, she would be able to sense his presence. Hua Xiangyue did not immediately come to receive the Zenith medicine shop. As long as she came, the ancient powers would not be able to find her. Long Shui had always been following him. What surprised him was that Hua Xiangyue was actually meeting Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinyue, who both of them had also come after hearing the news. Dongfang Xinyue's Dongfang family could be considered an ancient power, but it had declined, so she knew about the heaven-earth killing method. Brother Shen, who is that guy? There is actually someone who dares to swagger near an old madman like your master. Duan Sanchong anxiously shouted. Chun Xiang walked to the side of the window, saw a black-clothed young man with an imposing aura, and could not help but say with a smile, "That is my master's nephew. He seems to have broken through." Gu Dongchen wanted him to go back and see what was going on. The reason was so that Gu Dongchen could become a real ancient spirit man and obtain the inheritance. As for what would happen to him after obtaining the ancient spirit inheritance, that was something even Huang Jintian couldn't predict. Super martial school, what do you mean? Do you want to keep the heaven-earth killing method for yourself? A thunderous voice rang out, as if it wanted to set off a gale. The entire world was filled with killing intent, and only the voice resounded. Huang Jintian laughed coldly. I am sitting at the door. What do you care? If you have the guts, come here and sit, but no one will stop you." After saying this, many people suddenly flew over from all directions and stood on the street. Everyone had concealed their faces and wore very ordinary clothes. Chen Xiang could only see those people. Their faces had a stiff expression. One look was enough to tell that they had disguised themselves. These people only appeared on the streets in groups of 5 or 6. It was obvious that they were the experts from the major powers. I really want to use a bunch of magical corruption gas to poison these B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S to death. That's something I won. I actually want to take it away. Chen Xiang muttered in his heart. He didn't dare explain to Huang Jintian via sound transmission now either. He was worried that those experts would eavesdrop on him. Changzi, why did the heaven-earth killing method cause such a thing? It even blew a bunch of old turtles out. Chen Xiang was very curious. All right, this won't be a secret sooner or later. My Duan clan also belongs to the Tong Tian aristocratic family. But a long time ago, an ancestor of our Duan clan discovered that a piece of history was very vague. Maybe that's the reason why the 10th heaven became the mortal realm. Furthermore, they're separated into different realms and have to be divided into 3 realms, the human demon realm and the great war between 3 realms. Every 100,000 years, there is a force controlling them. Duan Sanchong sighed and continued, that heaven-earth killing method is said to be the key that allowed the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord to unite heaven and earth back then. No wonder. Chun Xiang muttered, with how powerful the heaven-earth killing method was. Cultivating it would definitely be very difficult. On the street outside the elixir shop, 3 beautiful ladies with white gauze covering their faces suddenly appeared. As they walked, the entire street was filled with cold air and the ground was covered in frost. Sensing that terrifying icy wind blowing towards them, everyone immediately moved out of the way. They knew that these 3 women, who looked weaker than them, were not to be trifled with. The ice wind magic kung fu, it really lives up to its name. It can actually make so many old fellows move aside. Duan Sanchong said as he clicked his tongue, "Isn't this the ice wind magic kung fu? Could it be that they are Lu Menger and Hua Shengyue from Chun Martial Continent?" A man said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. Hua Shengyue smiled charmingly. "I am only here to receive the shop I just bought. I did not expect seniors to think so highly of this little girl, to welcome us with such an imposing manner." "What? Receive?" Those people who came from afar were all stunned. They quickly thought about it, that Li Tianjuan's successor had already moved the Zenith medicinal shop overnight. "Your empty words have no basis. I think your Chun Martial Continent wants to keep it for himself." An elder walked out with a dark expression on his face. Of course, Qin Xiang would not watch by the side. He took out death-haunting arrows and poured them into them, allowing him to shoot dozens of arrows at once. He was able to instantly kill those who wished to make a move on Lu Menger and the others. Of course, Qin Xiang would not watch by the side. He took out death-haunting arrows and poured them into them, allowing him to shoot dozens of arrows at once. He was able to instantly kill those who wished to make a move on Lu Menger and the others. He could tell that Huang Jintian was feeling a little pressured right now. If necessary, he would spare no cost to kill all the unknown experts on the street and protect Huang Jintian and the others. Hua Shengyue took out the house deed, and his voice became somewhat cold. The city lord and alliance master of Pill City should recognize this thing. The Dan King, who lost the shop, should also be nearby. This is fake. As the old man spoke, he extended his hand to grab the room deed. Just as the old man made his move, the ground suddenly shook, and Huang Jintian had already appeared in front of Hua Shengyue. The old man's claws had been turned into blood, mist by the invisible force that he released. "What are you? You actually dare to lay your hands on my grandson?" Huang Jintian was infuriated. She waved her hand, and the power was like heavenly thunder. striking the old man's face and causing a white light to erupt. The old man turned into a wisp of white smoke. Hua Xiangyue was actually Huang Jintian's grand disciple. Many people who wanted to make a move earlier immediately withdrew their power and used one palm from Huang Jintian to slap the old man who had just said through the 9 tribulations into smoke. If this kind of fellow got crazy, the entire city would be destroyed. At this moment, the killing intent became even more serious. Huang Jintian, what do you mean? A middle-aged man stood up and shouted angrily. He was the companion of the old man who had just been killed. Can't you understand me? She's my grand disciple. If your people attack her, can I just sit back and do nothing? Huang Jintian's voice was cold as he looked at those who wanted to attack. So, Dan Fragrance Pure Land's leader is actually Super Martial School's Elder Dan. No wonder Elder Dan has always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Furthermore, the relations HI+P between Dan Fragrance Pure Land and Super Martial School is extremely good. A leisurely voice was heard. It was the voice of a middle-aged woman. Although she was not here, her voice carried a powerful aura. Woman, it's good that you understand. 20,000 years ago, I lost 2 of your arms. Now I can also kill you. Huang Jintian replied. If we don't get a satisfactory answer today, I don't think any of our friends from far away will leave. The middle-aged woman's voice sounded again. Huang Jintian suddenly roared out. A 5-colored light suddenly shone out of his arm. His arm was covered with colorful flickering dragon scales. He extended his hand and grabbed at the air, and with a shout a lady with disheveled hair and tattered clothes was suddenly grabbed by him. One of Huang Jintian's arms became a dragon's claw. The 5-colored, flickering dragon scale was especially dazzling. That terrifying dragon power caused the entire city to tremble. My wife, my disciple, has taken over this shop as a matter of course. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be killed by me. Huang Jintian casually waved his hand, throwing the middle-aged woman away, his arm returning to its original state. This was Huang Jintian's method. This was an immortal cultivator of the Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu, who was extremely strong. Even if it was an expert at the same level as him, he would only be able to be defeated by Huang Jintian in an instant. Your master must have many secrets. He has never ascended until this day. His 5-colored dragon scales means that he has cultivated a 5-colored dragon soul. This is very powerful. Long Shui was extremely shocked because such a thing actually happened to a human. Even their imperial dragon race rarely had rainbow dragon souls. That was the 5 elements dragon soul. That was a very strong martial spirit. Chun Xiang's current fire dragon Kung Fu soul was still in its nurturing stage. Hua Xiangyue also did not want to make things big, so he immediately said, Li Tianjuan's successor and the Dan Fragrance Pure Land have some connections. His successor once owed me a favor. That's why he transferred the Dingxing pill shop to me. I know this is a hot potato, so I invited my ancestor to take care of it. Chen Xiang watched from the window. The death-haunting arrow in his hands could produce tens of poison arrows that carried magical corruption gas at any time. As long as this group of people charged together, he would shoot them down. They are all idiots, and were actually played by a little ghost. If you continue to cause trouble, maybe you will even become enemies with Huang Jintian. You people have lived for so many years. How can you not see it? An old man wearing a black robe suddenly floated over. The old man's face carried a hint of ridicule. Although it was daytime, his eyes were incredibly bright, and his entire body was exuding a very old aura. It's the old man. Duan Sanchong laughed. Old Gramps doesn't want that heaven-earth killing method. He just wants to stay away from it, but he won't let anyone else have it. Chun Xiang had met him before. Although there were very few disciples of the Duan clan, and they were often sealed in a strange manner, they had never given up on robbing tombs to look for that mysterious piece of history. He should have just switched stores this morning. That kid is still in the city. He's still sealed. After an old man finished speaking, he flew off in a certain direction. What do you mean? Won't you let us go? Gu Dongqin jumped up and stopped the old man. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. We will not obstruct you. You can leave using the transmission array or leave from the city gates. The old man's eyes flickered as he looked at Gu Dongqin. This handsome young man in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. And if I want to fly away? Of course, Gu Dongqin knew that Qinxiang was still in the city. Don't tell me that there is a ban on flying in Pill City. You guys have flown in the sky above the city countless of times already. Gu Dongqin sneered. Young man, don't think that just because you're a leader that you can be so arrogant. There are only 2 ways for you to leave the Pill City, teleport away, or through the city gates. The old man's voice was cold. Although he knew that Gu Dongqin was not young, he was still a little imp compared to him. Everyone looked at Gu Dongqin and the old man in the air. Seeing that old man was angry, everyone was secretly shocked. Although these people were ancient powers who lived in seclusion, they knew much about the outside world, especially the super martial school that Huang Jintian belonged to. In their eyes, the super martial school was like a poisonous tooth. Gu Dongqin said coldly, I will also give you 2 options. Either stop the sealing of the Pill City or die. When the people hiding at the edge of the Pill City heard this, they were all secretly shocked by the super martial school's power. He actually dared to say such words. It must be known that the people sealing the city were all some old fellows. Many people in the Pill City hated being sealed because other than those experts or those with status, they could not freely enter the city. Brat, you still. Before the old man finished speaking, Gu Dongqin suddenly kicked out. The power was extremely strong, as though it was trying to shatter S-P-A-C, causing ripples on the solid S-P-A-C. That kick went from top to bottom and landed on the old man's chin. His speed was very fast and his strength was very strong. He kicked the old man into the air and collided with the spirit formation. The strong impact, along with Gu Dongqin's mysterious and bizarre power, struck the enchantment until it shook uncontrollably, and because of the power of the impact, the old man's body was also crushed into powder. Gu Dongqin was very strong, and the old man just now was not weak. Everyone present could see that, but he was exterminated by Gu Dongqin with just 1 kick. 3 days later, we will definitely remove the barrier. Huang Jintian, you know a lot about us, so you probably don't want to fight with us right now. Devil Realm and I are hoping for us human realm to kill each other. The person who spoke was an old man, but his old voice sounded very powerful, making people feel as if it was very pleasing to their ears. 3 days later, we will definitely remove the barrier. Huang Jintian, you know a lot about us, so you probably don't want to fight with us right now. Devil Realm and I are hoping for us human realm to kill each other. The person who spoke was an old man, but his old voice sounded very powerful, making people feel as if it was very pleasing to their ears. If you dare touch my super martial school's people, you will be responsible for the consequences. After Huang Jintian finished speaking, he took Gu Dongqin and left, while the 4 mysterious white-robed men that followed behind him had unknowingly disappeared. Hua Xiangyue, Lu Menger, and Dongfang Xinyue all entered the dusk gold pellet shop. Chen Xiang guessed that the 4 mysterious white-gowned men who had disappeared were probably there to protect Lu Menger and the others. They were the people Huang Jintian brought here. They were very mysterious. Those 4 fellows are very strange, very powerful. Your master is really mysterious. Long Shuai was very curious, even she didn't dare to fly around recklessly at this moment. Bai Yuyu said coldly, Right now, you better not go see Hua Xiangyue and the others. They will definitely be watched. Within these 3 days, you must do your best to kill the people from the ancient powers and let them know that it was Benefactor Li who did it. The mysterious evil woman continued to speak with killing intent. These people are all not good people. For the sake of obtaining the heaven-earth killing method, they would do anything to you. Of course they don't know your true ident. One, tie right now. Just teach them a lesson and let them remember it. In order to obtain the heaven-earth killing method, a large price must be paid. Brother Shin, hide yourself. I'll go see my Duan clan's old man. Duan Sanchong left in a hurry. Chen Xiang became a middle-aged man with an indifferent appearance, walking on the streets vigilantly. Even if Bai Yu didn't say anything, he still planned to kill some of the ancient powers and cause a commotion. Ji Meixian, this woman is following me. She's too annoying. Chen Xiang could feel that Ji Meixian was not far away. If Ji Meixian found out that he was using magical corruption gas to senate those strong warriors, he would be threatened by Ji Meixian. Many hostile forces of the White Sea Imperial Land have come to Dan City. I want to leave with our elder. Do you want to leave with me? Ji Meixian whispered to Chen Xiang. Naturally, the experts of the White Sea Imperial Land would not shrink back, but it was different for the younger generation. At this moment, Dan City was controlled by some ancient powers, and it looked very calm. But there was a hidden killing intent everywhere. No need. Chen Xiang refused. He did not believe in Ji Meixian. Then do your best, don't die. Ji Meixian coldly warned him once more, then left. She was not very worried about Chen Xiang. The kid who had turned the new world upside down was still hanging on the street, and it was hard to find another one. Ji Meixian would never give up Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had her weakness. She could not bear the consequences. She left, and the people from White Sea Imperial Land stepped into the ancient transmission array. Long Shui said, the current transmission array-s were all from those ancient transmission array-s. Teleporting not only required spar-s, but also other materials, so teleporting once was very expensive. One person alone needed 1 billion spar. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, there were some people guarding the transmission array. Deep into the night, Pill City was still brightly lit with lanterns. Many people were searching for the Li Ren Shan in the void. In the dark night, he turned into a flying bug that he could often see at night. According to Long Shui's secret technique, he was able to find those hidden experts. This old fellow just pa-s, said the 8th tribulation. Judging from the innate qi on his body, his cultivation is not bad. He should be a member of an ancient power. Su Meiyao made a judgment that if he wanted to kill people from powerful clans, he had to kill them. All right, let's see how many of them I can kill tonight. I'll nail their heads to the city wall at daybreak. Chun Xiang had turned into a child and stood on the roof. Long Shui then used the Heaven Tour method, which was split into 10 different parts of his mind to check his surroundings in case a strong rancor was hiding. He took out the death-haunting arrow and activated a suitable amount of magical corruption gas, condensing them into a crossbow arrow. As long as the magical corruption gas touched his skin, it could quietly enter his body. The most terrifying thing about magical corruption gas was not only its strong poison, but it was also colorless, tasteless, and without any aura. It was hard to sense it, and one would only notice it the moment it entered the body. If he found out that he couldn't immediately use his power to defend against the strange and powerful poison, he would die from the poison and become a pile of rotten meat. Chen Xiang aimed at the old man's nose and released an arrow. Under the control of his mystical technique, he did not even make a sound and shot it into the old man's nose. The old man quickly realized that he had used all of his innate qi to resist the poison. After he roared, Chen Xiang suddenly appeared behind him. The green dragon demon-slain broadsword was summoned by him, hiding a threatening aura and multicolored light. With a large slash, it landed on the old man's neck and cut off his head. After obtaining his head, Chen Xiang quickly burned his corpse, bringing a large amount of soil into the ring. Then he would use the soul-absorbing devil spell to disperse the remaining souls, lest the other party use a secret technique to summon their souls. Just as Chen Xiang left, a few elders came over, their faces all ugly. They didn't leave any clues. Could it be that those ASAS in families have appeared? An old man looked around with a serious face and a frown. We have to be careful. This kind of killer is very scary. Another old man said, It's best if we don't split up. That was close. Fortunately, I set up a soundproofing barrier to block the sound and prevent his divine sense from escaping. Long Shuai still had some lingering fear in his heart. Looks like next time I have to be careful and arrange everything properly before I can make my move. Got it. Since they want to steal my heaven-earth killing method, let them know what kind of price they want to pay. Chun Xiang became gloomy and continued to search for his next target. He had even set fire to many of Feng Clan's and White Sea Imperial land stores, killing all of their elders. More importantly, he had also left behind his own tracks, which meant that he, Chun Xiang, had done it. In one night, Chun Xiang killed over 100 experts, all of them instantly killed, burned to death, and cut off their heads. The heads of more than 100 experts were placed in the middle of a square, forming a large Li character. This made many people feel fear and trepidation. These experts were all characters that could overturn rivers and seas with a raise of a hand, yet they were all killed in a single night. Of course, there was another shocking piece of news. Huang Jintian's little disciple had also come and took the opportunity to burn down his enemies, the businesses of the White Sea Imperial Land and the White Sea Imperial Land. Chun Xiang was not afraid of exposing himself. No matter what tie he had, he would be targeted by these people sooner or later. One look was enough to tell that it was done by Li Tianjuan's successor, a young man who dared to carry a diamond fruit with him, a precious medicinal ingredient like the 9 deadly flower, to make a huge bet. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? Other people were looking for him, but he was secretly killing the experts of these hidden forces. One kill. He even put the heads in the square. Pill City was in chaos, and many people wanted to escape from this place that was filled with killing intent. This was originally a city for saving lives, because there were many precious pills for sale here. At this point, Dan Alliance and the rest of the Dan King had no choice but to step forward. Last night, it was not only Chun Xiang who carried out the assassination. There were also a lot of people who took action at night. All of them were hermit forces that had enmity with each other. If this continued, Dan City would definitely be destroyed by this group of people. Last night, it was not only Chun Xiang who carried out the assassination. There were also a lot of people who took action at night. All of them were hermit forces that had enmity with each other. If this continued, Dan City would definitely be destroyed by this group of people. He had many powerful armors in his hands, all obtained by killing those hidden experts. Their bodies were burned by Chun Xiang's Heaven Fire S, but the armors were not burnt. Because those strong warriors had used the innate qi to resist the poison without any protection, the armor could not withstand the powerful flames at all. If Chun Xiang took these dozens of armor for auction, he could definitely sell them for a high price. After the Dan King made their move, the situation became much better. At least, many people did not dare to act brazenly, nor did they dare to fly around in the air above the city. However, they still continued to search for Li Runshan within the city. Chun Xiang had been hiding this entire time. He wanted to make his move only at night. However, after the 100 or so hidden experts died, many people became vigilant. On the afternoon of the second day of the seal, a strong qi came from the transmission array. Upon sensing the qi, which was as vast as the ocean, one would know that the person who had arrived was an expert from the White Sea Imperial Land. The White Sea Imperial Land had suffered heavy losses as well. The medicine shop that was like a mansion had been burnt down, and all the experts that were guarding inside had been mysteriously assassinated. Many of the pills had been burnt down, and the medicinal fields that were planted had also been burnt down. The originally luxurious shop turned into ruins after a huge fire. This was all done by Chun Xiang. Huang Jintian had already warned them that if they angered Chen Xiang, they would need to take responsibility for the consequences. The people of the White Sea Imperial Land had chased after him time and time again in order to steal his blade and delay skills. What Chen Xiang did not know was that when he signated the experts from the two families, many of them were important figures. It was just that when he went to attack the rough and random Profound Land, he was severely injured, which made it easier for him to do so. Hurry up and leave this place. We don't even know what methods these ancient factions that once towered over the 10th heaven have. Long Shui said, one must know that when the 10th heaven was Fleury's, plussing their imperial dragon race had not even been born yet. Chen Xiang was also worried about this, but he did not immediately leave. He found another 10 odd powerful warriors, using magical corruption gas S and death-haunting arrow S. He killed them with the light carriage familiarly, cut off their heads, and took off their armor. Some of these experts didn't wear any armor or kept them in their storage rings. However, only they were able to open their storage rings. If they were forcefully opened by others, they would automatically be destroyed. Finally, after the deaths of over 10 experts, the sealing formation disappeared. Originally, it had been 3 days, but now it had been 1.5 days ahead of schedule. After the seal on the Pill City was lifted, many people left the city in fear that they would bring calamity upon the old geezers one day. Chen Xiang left amidst the crowd. Coming to Dan City this time, he had gained a lot. Not only did he win a lot, he also obtained the heaven-earth killing method that caused the entire human realm to go crazy for him. After leaving the city, he rushed towards a dense forest in the distance. That forest was considered to be one of the more famous danger zones, but it was the safest one for Chen Xiang. Someone is fighting inside. Chen Xiang saw wave after wave of strong auras coming from ahead, and strong gusts of wind rose from inside, blowing many of the fallen leaves in the mountain outwards. Chen Xiang originally wanted to go take a look, but based on the qi that he had sensed, the two people fighting inside were very strong, so he took a detour. But the curious Long Shui actually used the Heaven Tour method, and used his consciousness to check it. Very quickly, she came to a conclusion. She said in shock, "It's the son of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, Tianzi. This guy lost a billion spar and gave you a bottle of Peach Blossom Immortal Dew. I didn't think he would still have the mood to fight right now." "Oh, who's the one fighting this guy?" Chen Xiang asked in shock. "I don't know, but it looks like it was a vain martial cultivators. From its aura, it seems to be from blue blood race, and it's a young man." Long Shui speculated about the item. "One tie of the man. I will deal with this guy sooner or later. As long as it's someone who has his eyes on my green dragon, demon-slain broadsword, I won't let them off." Chen Xiang secretly clenched his teeth. Last time at the Ding Sheng pill shop, Jing Xingyang said that she would snatch his green dragon, demon-slain broadsword. Eating the Hunyuan Dan and strengthening my body should be enough to defeat that guy. Su Meiyao said, Iron Bone Dan asked for the best quenching body Dan he could currently concoct, but it was far from enough. Even if he ate a lot of these pills, it wouldn't be of much use to him, but he could refine them together. It meant that he could turn multiple medicinal ingredients into a pill. The one fighting the Peach Blossom Prince is very strong. I never thought the human royal family was so strong. Long Shui exclaimed, I hope that Peach Blossom Prince can live. I want to take care of him myself. Chen Xiang turned into a bird and flew into a forest. Right now, he had nothing to worry about. The people who robbed him especially made him feel disgusted. When these guys robbed things, they even talked about a lot of reasons, making others feel that it was very reasonable for them to steal things. Chen Xiang hid in a cave and laid down some array formations. Only after it made the cave very safe did he start to cultivate. If I make a breakthrough, I'll have to go through tribulation. Chen Xiang thought about that terrifying nirvana doom and felt a lingering fear. If he wasn't protected by a group of old fellows when he went through the tribulation last time, he definitely wouldn't have been this relaxed. However, He also wanted to test out a more normal nirvana doom. Last time, his first calamity had been a great calamity for 2,000 people. The Hunyuan Dan was a low-grade heaven-level pellet, so Chen Xiang did not dare to eat the whole pellet. Instead, he allowed Su Meiyao to use a special method to split the pellet into two. The Hunyuan Dan contained a large amount of refined innate Qi S, and after eating it, he would be able to open up the Jinyuan granule in his Dantian even faster. After consuming half a pellet, Qin Xiang felt a burst of energy in his body, but the energy was very gentle and flowed through his veins. As Chen Xiang cultivated, he continued to condense creation divine liquid S. He needed a large amount of medicinal ingredients to refine the iron bone Dan. In a blink of an eye, 10 days had Pa-S said, and Qin Xiang was still in the midst of cultivating. The peace in Dan City returned, and many of the ancient factions left, leaving only a portion of them behind. Following the commotion caused by the heaven-earth killing method, more and more factions of ancient families and sects appeared, all of them being at the same level as the S and Sage realm experts. Right now, not only were there 10 more Tong Tian aristocratic family, there were more than 10 more of them. In the north, south, south, west, and north, these 5 sects were all occupied by the strong ancient powers. The original overlords of these places were now even more depressed, because many good places or small sects in this new world were all occupied by these ancient powers. Right now, not only were there 10 more Tong Tian aristocratic family, there were more than 10 more of them. In the north, south, south, west, and north, these 5 sects were all occupied by the strong ancient powers. The original overlords of these places were now even more depressed, because many good places or small sects in this new world were all occupied by these ancient powers. These ancient powers had all been inherited from the 10th heaven, but they had always been hidden in the profound realm. So many people did not know much about them. However, this was a good thing for many warriors, as these ancient powers were taking in disciples. Furthermore, when the devil realm and the other ancient powers attacked, these powerful ancient powers would not be annihilated. Pill City had become even bigger now. Many ancient powers had sent out their Dan King S to join them. This way, they could open their own pill shop in Pill City. Chund Martial Continent, Super Martial Profound Realm. Huang Jintian had been guiding a few elders on their cultivation every day after he came out, and would occasionally teach at the Super Martial School's plaza. In order to make the Super Martial School's overall strength stronger, Huang Jintian continuously used the Heaven Extended method to allow many elders to cross the Nirvana Doom. Master Ancestor, our Chun Martial Continent does not have any ancient powers. Furthermore, this place is near the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm. It should be under constant attack. Gu Dongqin sighed. Huang Jintian laughed. A lad, you are from the ancient spirit clan. Your ancient spirit clan is much older than those Tong Tian aristocratic family. Now they should have also released their seals. Gu Dongqin chuckled. Master Ancestor must also be a member of one of the ancient powers. Sai, that brat, Qin Xiang, made such a big fuss in Pill City, but he still didn't come back and tell us about it. Huang Jintian stroked his beard, his face filled with displeasure. Seeing Huang Jintian's expression, Gu Dongqin had already seen how Qin Xiang looked like when he was lectured after he returned. Martial Ancestor, what method did you use? He actually killed more than 100 experts from ancient powers. If those powers were to find out, our Super Martial School will be in trouble. Gu Dongqin was very suspicious about this. I don't know either. Even if I had come here in secret, it would have been very difficult for me to not have been discovered by others. Moreover, over 100 people were killed in one night. I don't know either. Even if I came here in secret, it would be difficult to not have been discovered by others. Huang Jintian frowned and shook his head. However, this little bee, Astard, really deserves a beating. He even dares to take something like the heaven-earth killing method. When he comes back, I want to beat him up. Qin Xiang had cheated quite a few of his spar, causing him to always bear a grudge against him. However, he would be cheated even more in the future, because the pills in Qin Xiang's hands were of a higher grade than before. That's true. At that time he did not know how powerful the heaven-earth killing method was. But now he knows how terrifying the thing is. After Gu Dongqin returned to the ancient spirit race, he found out many things, including information about the heaven-earth killing method. Rough and random profound land. 10 Heaven Supreme Lord is buried inside. It looks like it won't be long before the 2 demon and demon regions join hands and attack rough and random profound land once again. Huang Jintian's face became serious. But if I can learn the heaven-earth killing method, then I can easily enter. Gu Dongqin nodded his head. The heaven-earth killing method is the map to the tomb of the great emperor. But I don't want that little b, A-S-T-A-R-D Qinxiang to go in. Even if he can learn heaven-earth killing method, it's still very dangerous to go in. Who knows what kind of changes have occurred after so many years? Huang Jintian shook his head. Qinxiang, who was still cultivating, did not know that the most tempting thing about the heaven-earth killing method was that he could enter the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's tomb. Duan Sanchang naturally knew about this matter. He didn't tell Qinxiang because he didn't want Qinxiang to take the risk. The people from the Duan clan had all suffered greatly inside, and he felt that the heaven-earth killing method was unreliable. Ji Meixian also knew that she was concealing this matter because she was worried that Qinxiang would grab her undergarment when he was inside and use it to threaten her later. In her plans, she had to wait for him to become stronger before she could drag Qinxiang inside to get it. The rough and random profound land had already determined that it was the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's mausoleum. Those Sheng Domain and Tong Tian aristocratic family had attacked once, but they were still unable to move. Even if even more people attacked together, the result would be the same. This was equivalent to a key, a map, allowing people to safely enter the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's mausoleum. It could easily open the main door of the mausoleum and enter to search for the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's inheritance. Isn't this heaven-earth killing method in the hands of the Tong Tian aristocratic family a long time ago? Gu Dongqin was extremely suspicious. Why didn't he learn it and then enter the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord's mausoleum? Back then, this world was separated from the others, and the rough and random profound land was also a profound realm, but he only appeared now, and the heaven-earth killing method is not easy to learn. Only the 10 Heavens Supreme Lord could learn it. No one else has ever mastered it. Huang Jintian sighed. Because to learn the heaven-earth killing method, one must first have a killing heart and possess enough killing intent. Gu Dongqin gasped. No wonder many ancient powers did not dare to touch it. Whoever obtained it would become a homicidal maniac. I'm afraid that even before I managed to refine the killing heart, my soul has already been destroyed and become the incarnation of slaughter. Saying that, Gu Dongqin smiled slightly. Junior Master's killing intent is heavy, but he is fine. He did not lose his sanity. Yeah, but it still requires a certain amount of killing intent. I feel that it's still not enough, so I'm really worried about him. Who knows, maybe the reason he killed over 100 experts was for the sake of cultivating this demonic technique. Huang Jintian's face was full of worry. Qinxiang was not aware of this fact. He only knew that it was very suitable for people with killing hearts to learn. This was said by Su Meiyao and by Yu Yu's master. If not for that, their master would not have searched for many years. Originally, Qinxiang's killing intent was not strong enough, but it was a coincidence. On that day, it also gave him a perfect opportunity to kill more than 100 powerful hidden experts, causing his killing heart to become stronger and stronger, because he cultivated the White Tiger's divine ability to suppress the murderous aura. The power of the White Tiger divine technique was to transform killing aura into energy. Little Junior Marshall Uncle is not kind at all. He gave the medicine shop to Junior Marshall's sister. Gu Dongqin muttered, "Giving this to little girl is the best choice. After all, she's an alchemist and has great experience in controlling alchemy. If that's the case, then that brat won't dare to offer a high price in the future. You can just buy from little girl at a low price." Huang Jintian laughed. "Martial ancestor, how about this? In the future, when you ask the junior martial uncle to sell me pills, it'll be cheaper." Gu Dongchen whispered. Huang Jintian looked at him with disdain. "It's already not bad that he can sell it to you. Some of his pills are not even sold at high prices. Young senior uncle is such a SCU. Bag, he won so many bets in Pill City. He didn't even think about super martial school, and only thought about how to cheat me." Gu Dongchen shook his head and sighed. If Chun Xiang knew about this, he might offer an even higher price in the future. The Dan Fragrance Pure Land had successfully received the dazzling spring pill shop and changed its name to Fragrance Pavilion. Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinue then returned to continue refining their array disc. The Dan Fragrance Pure Land had successfully received the dazzling spring pill shop and changed its name to Fragrance Pavilion. Lu Menger and Dongfang Xinue then returned to continue refining their array disc. However, they were not willing to just create an ordinary profound realm, so they had to spend more time on it, creating a larger, more stable, and more concentrated spirit energy profound realm. But an array disc was only a foundation. In addition to this, they also had to carry out many more projects and use a great deal of resources. Pill City had already returned to its previous state because there were more Dan King S in the Dan Alliance, making the city safer. The Dan King S had already promised that nothing like that would happen again, and if there were more people sealing the city, these Dan King S would work together to kill it. 15 days after Chen Xiang left Pill City, a huge battle broke out at the Pill City's fighting grounds. 2 women were actually fighting. One was a white-haired girl in red armor, and the other was the heavenly girl of the Feng clan, Feng Yuha. That beautiful white-haired woman was Chen Xiang's recognized sister, Lung Yulan. After she found out that Chen Xiang and the heavenly woman from the Feng clan had fought, the first thing she did when she came out was to find this woman and challenge her to a battle. The 2 of them were evenly matched in the beginning, but later, Feng Yuha somehow escaped. The furious Lung Yulan almost attacked the reconstructed Feng clan pill shop, but she was stopped by another woman. Not long after, White Sea Imperial Land's Ji Meixian was also challenged by a girl in Pill City. Ji Meixian was already very pretty, but he was still a little lacking compared to the girl. When she found out that the girl in front of her was Xue Xianxian, Ji Meixian was extremely happy, because she knew that Xue Xianxian was Chen Xiang's wife and wanted to use Xue Xianxian to threaten Chen Xiang. Because Xue Xianxian was very strong, knew Icewind magic kung fu, and was Lu Menger's disciple. What made her surprised was that although Xue Xianxian looked delicate and beautiful, a kind-hearted and pure fairy that didn't taint the mortal world, she was actually fiercer than Chen Xiang in battle. If Ji Meixian was not a ranker from the Heaven Realm side and had his own battle experience, she would have been severely injured by Xue Xianxian. The Pill Emperor Hall was situated in the center of the Pill Emperor Hall, and there were many spectators watching from the sidelines. A battle between women that could shake the heavens and earth truly made the youths of the supreme powers feel ashamed. "Want to run?" Lung Yulan shouted coldly from below. In her hand was a red and white great sword, and a fiery red armor was worn on her body. Not only did it not affect her beautiful figure, but it had also added a strange charm to it. Following the fluttering of her white hair, it made her look even wilder and more domineering. Ji Meixian was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She did not expect Xue Xianxian to be stronger than Chen Xiang. And Chen Xiang's recognized sister below was also a terrifying woman. Many men didn't even dare to look at her. Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan had already said through the second tribulation, and the 2 of them had gone through it together. That time, they did not know what would happen to their nirvana doom, nor did they expect it from Chen Xiang, but they still said through it. Lu Menger had to wait for them to S through the second tribulation before he could be at ease, because the ice wind magic kung fu had to pass S through the second tribulation before it could unleash its true strength. After all, there were people that were very close to Qinxiang. However, after they had said the second tribulation and mastered the ability of escape in the ice wind magic kung fu, they could easily escape in front of the most powerful enemies. There's a misunderstanding between us. Ji Meixian's eyes flickered. Although she was young and beautiful, she had lived in the heaven realm for many years and was just a living fossil. Misunderstanding? Your White Sea Imperial Land wants to kill my husband. As the heavenly daughter of Baihai, you are my husband's #1 enemy. I only killed you to save my husband some trouble in the future. Shui Xianxian's voice was light and her white clothes fluttered gently. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and an extraordinary temperament was formed naturally. Ji Meixian was not an ordinary woman. Although she was facing 2 strong enemies, she was very shrewd and scheming. It would not be difficult for her to escape, but that would be very unsightly. Previously, the Feng clan heavenly girl had been beaten to the point of running away. Now, she was filled with curses, which affected the reputation of the entire Feng clan. I did not threaten to kill him, nor did I want to ATCH his things. In Green Summit City, I only made my move to save the son of heaven of White Sea Imperial Land. She knew that Qinxiang was not in Pill City. If she could get a good relations. I plus P with Shui Xianxian and Shui Xianxian, then she could use these 2 women who had a good relations. I plus P with Qinxiang to threaten him. If you want to run, then hurry up and run. What are you blabbering about? Lung Yulan shouted. Shui Xianxian did not speak further. With her palm, the entire fighting arena was covered in a thick layer of ice. The cold qi released by the ice wind palm was extremely strong, transforming into countless of ice swords that pierced towards Ji Meixian. There really is a misunderstanding between us. We're all women, so we should sit down and have a peaceful chat. Ji Meixian clenched her teeth. If she wasn't protected by her immortal clothes, she would have ran away. The ice wind magic kung fu was very strong. It was hard for people to guard against the cold. It was very easy to freeze the innate qi. All right, give me 100 million spar as a guarantee. After I see my brother, if you confirm that there's a misunderstanding, then I'll return it to you. Lung Yulan said. She knew that Ji Meixian had bet 200 billion, even though she had already lost. It proved that she was a tyke. Oh, and Ji Meixian scolded in his heart. Qinxiang was just a guy who spent all his time thinking about how to trap the spar. He never thought that his sister would be like a bird. No problem. Ji Meixian agreed, while Shui Xianxian also stopped, no longer attacking. Ji Meixian heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that she could quickly become friends with these 2 terrifying girls. Everyone was secretly unhappy. In the end, they had actually used Spar S to deal with it. However, hundreds of billions of Spar S still surprised them. Ji Meixian Pa S said a storage bag to Shui Xianxian. There are 100 billion Spar here as a guarantee. When you see Qinxiang, you just need to confirm with him. If I am lying to you, you don't need to return it to me. But if there is no enmity between us, you should return it to me. I believe both of you are trustworthy people. Shui Xianxian counted, and after confirming that there were 100 billion Spar inside, he revealed a very beautiful smile. No problem. Ji Meixian also laughed and said, Then let's find a place and sit down to have a good chat. We are all women. There is no need to fight in such a manner. Shui Xianxian jumped down from the contest ring, handed the storage bag over to Lung Yulan, then smiled at Ji Meixian. Before we confirm that we are enemies or friends, we have nothing to discuss. Lung Yulan kept the storage bag and left with Shui Xianxian. Ji Meixian's smile froze, and she secretly cursed in her heart. She never thought that these 2 women would be so cautious, even if it cost 100 billion. they would still not let down their guard, and just take them and leave. He felt that he had to at least light up 300,000 of them. If he knew that Xue Xianxian and Leng Yulan were to follow his example and scam others everywhere, he would definitely be very happy. How many sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs are there now? In these past few days, Chen Xiang had condensed quite a few creation divine liquid. How many sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs are there now? In these past few days, Chen Xiang had condensed quite a few creation divine liquid. 150, but it's still not enough because you might fail, so it's best if you eat the remaining half of his Hunyuan Dan. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang was helpless. When he was cultivating, he had to cultivate his flesh and blood. But right now his Luotian gate was still in the process of self-recovery and could not be used, if not the effect would be better. Now that the demon and devil realms had fused with it, the temperature of the Earth's core was even higher. He reckoned that even if there was a profound wood diamond armor, it would be impossible to easily enter the Earth's core. Chen Xiang was currently wrapped in a ball of mist. After eating the other half of the Hunyuan Dan, he quickly entered into a state of cultivation. After half a month, even though he had already refined an entire Hunyuan Dan, he was still a distance away from breaking through. Even so, he was still extremely shocked by the Hunyuan Dan. With another Hunyuan Dan, I will be able to endure the second Nirvana tribulation. Chun Xiang was currently in a very good state, full of energy. This won't do. If you don't cultivate your body, you might be in danger from your tribulation. Su Meiyao said in a serious tone. Chen Xiang took out 2 sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs. He wanted to refine these 2 ingredients into a highly compressed Iron Bone Dan so that he could improve its quality. Many alchemists would rarely do this, because they did not have enough medicinal ingredients to try. Furthermore, doing so would easily fail, but Chen Xiang was different. Try 2 of them first. If you think you can, try 10 more than 100. Su Meiyao said. This Iron Bone Dan could be considered relatively easy. It didn't need to have 2 foreseeing alchemy if he wanted to refine 100 sets of medicinal ingredients at the same time. He only needed enough flames and consciousness. With the help of his Fa Li, it would be even easier. However, it was still difficult for him to refine them like this. But he was also preparing to refine a high, grade ground level pellet in the future. With your current body, even immortals can't compare to you. I feel that 100 batches of refined medicinal herbs will never satisfy you. At the very least, 1,000 batches. Su Meiyao's words gave Chen Xiang a big shock. 1,000 sets of medicinal herbs? How long would that take? And would it succeed? If he wanted to raise the level of the Iron Bone Dan, he could only do so. After all, he didn't have a better method to temper his body faster and could only rely on pills, and Iron Bone Dan was also the best choice. Without wasting any medicine aura time, condense 1,000 sets of medicinal ingredients into a single pellet. The quality of the pellets here must be very high. It should be of high quality in the heaven level. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang was a little excited. That means I can refine the heaven level pill now? The fact that you are able to reach that level does not mean that you are able to refine heaven-level medicinal herbs into heaven-level pills. You only have a large number of ground-level medicinal ingredients to refine heaven-level pills. So you still can't be considered a Dan King who can refine a heaven level. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang threw 2 sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicinal herbs into the pill refining furnace and began his plan. Refining Iron Bone Dan was already not a difficult task for him. Right now, he had already grasped the dual-layered foreseeing alchemy, and it was more than enough to deal with this kind of first-layer foreseeing alchemy. He could even successfully refine shabby-looking medicinal ingredients, not to mention the perfect set of medicinal ingredients at this moment. The quality was really high. Normally, he could refine 5 or 6 pellets, but this Iron Bone Dan really did fuse together into 5 or 6 pellets. After being compressed, the quality was also several times higher. If 1,000 sets of medicinal ingredients were to be compressed and fused together, the quality would not only increase by 1,000 times, but even more, because the quality would become even higher after being compressed. Su Meiyao estimated that it would be at least 10,000 times better. Chen Xiang directly swallowed the pellet. Although the quality was high, it was completely useless against his bottomless pit body. Chen Xiang's body was like a pond. If a small stone was thrown into the pond, it would at most cause ripples in the water and quickly disappear. Therefore, normal iron bone Dan were of no use to him. How many sets of iron bone Dan's medicinal ingredients are there now? Chen Xiang threw 10 sets of ingredients into the furnace, and this time he tried 10 sets. 300 portions. If you feel that you can control 1,000 portions of medicinal herbs, after you finish refining this furnace, you can begin refining the creation divine liquid. Su Meiyao was currently processing the herbs with Bai Yuyu, so they did not let Long Shui join in. This little, gluttonous dragon's mouth was very dishonest. Even though the iron bone Dan's herbs were not tasty and were not of any use to her, it was very difficult for her to control her mouth. Chen Xiang right now, just by concocting these 10 batches of ingredients, he would need to roughly determine how he would control 1,000 batches of ingredients. He had already grasped the second stage of foreseeing alchemy, so it wasn't difficult for him to deduce right now. If Chen Xiang didn't have a solid foundation, he wouldn't dare have such a plan in his current state. After 5 hours, Chen Xiang had succeeded in refining the pellet in one go. The quality of the pellet was already close to that of a superior grade ground level pellet. How is it? Su Meiyao asked. Seeing Chen Xiang's head full of men, she was a little worried. Chen Xiang sighed and said, "It's not bad, but I have to use up a lot of my spiritual sense. It seems that I need to consume some medicinal pills to replenish my energy during the refining process. There's still about 20 or so G, dear refining Dan left. That should be enough for you to use to recover. As for the innate Qi, the 5 elements profound Dan should not have any problems." Su Meiyao said, dear refining Dan cultivates the soul, mainly to strengthen the soul. If a large amount of spirit power and consciousness is consumed, it will cause the soul to become sluggish. After using the dear refining Dan S and allowing the soul to recover, one can once again use spirit power and spirit power. Then I will begin condensing the creation divine liquid. Chen Xiang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated the Dragon Cohesion Kung Fu. The creation divine liquid only needed to absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, cooperate with the heaven fire in his body, and refine the green dragon genuine Qi. Using a profound method to fuse the 3 powers, it would be able to produce the creation divine liquid. Right now, he did not need to do anything else. He only needed to concentrate on refining the creation divine liquid, and only used 5 days to condense a large amount of iron bone Dan S. You should know how to refine 1,000 sets of medicinal herbs, right? The last time she borrowed Chen Xiang's body and fused the magical corruption gas and de-eclipse powder together, refining them for a very long time. I know, adding medicinal herbs at different times. I feel that I can add 20 of them at a time. Chen Xiang had already come up with a set of plans. After finus, plussing all the preparations, he put 20 sets of ingredients into the furnace. There was a universe within the Yanlong furnace, and there was a lot of SPAC within it. Refining multiple sets of medicinal ingredients required a very strong consciousness to suppress the medicine aura, because at that time there would be a lot of medicine aura. Refining multiple sets of medicinal ingredients required a very strong consciousness to suppress the medicine aura, because at that time there would be a lot of medicine aura. After 20 portions of the iron bone Dan's medicinal ingredients were refined and merged by him, he would have to continuously heat them up with flames, maintaining them in an active state and preventing them from solidifying. Then he would continue to add another 20 portions of medicinal ingredients and refine the 20 portions once more, fusing them with the medicine aura he had refined before and compressing them so that the quality of those medicine aura would become even higher. In the past, Chen Xiang would only take a very short time to refine pills, but now he needed a very long time. He estimated that it would take at least half a year because when the later stages of the medicine aura get compressed to a certain degree, it would take a long time to be suppressed. In a desert in the southern region of Human Realm, a few men were walking on the hot sand with slow steps. I never thought that Lien Mingdong's father would actually be the Lotus Island's island master. Now that he has been taken back, it means that he is the young master of the Lotus Island. Zhu Rong sweated the most, but a fatty like him was not only sweating, he was also sweating. Zhu Rong sighed. This guy is asking for a beating. I always thought he was a pitiful, poor elementary scholar, but who knew he was such a little tyke? Oh, if I knew earlier, I wouldn't have given him that much of a discount. Yun Xiaodao looked at the scorching sun in the sky. Damn. And Fatty, it's all your fault for buying that lousy map. Look at where you've brought us to. We're all about to die from the heat. Yun Xiaodao took off the clothes on his upper body, revealing his tanned and strong muscles. XV Weilong stayed silent throughout the journey. He only glared coldly at Zhu Rong. Yun Xiaodao, XV Weilong, and Zhu Rong, under Huang Jintian's guidance and help, had already reached Nirvana Realm. They were currently heading towards the old continent of the king, but because the ancient transmission array was too expensive, they couldn't bear to leave it, so they walked towards it. Other than the three of them, there was also Chen Xiang's disciple Xiao Chou, as well as the archaic that was guided by Chen Xiang to join the super martial school. Xiao Chou was still a bald youth, naked, with a dead blade of GRA SS in his mouth. Teng Ying was an archaic descendant, and after transforming, he would become a handsome young man. Right now, even he was unable to endure this kind of terrifying heat. I say, Ting Ying, don't wear that armor. It's even hot when I look at it. Zhu Rong muttered. He was wearing a full set of blue armor, which was unbearable to look at. D.A.M. and Fatty, what does it have to do with you? It's all your fault? You miser, if not for buying an outdated map and making us work so hard. Yun Xiaodao rolled his eyes at him. Little Yin, you can't blame me for this. You can only blame that stingy leader for letting us walk to Pill City. He hasn't even paid us a single fare. Zhu Rong clenched his teeth and said. Xiao Chou looked at Ting Ying and laughed. Bald Eagle, can you transform into your original body so that we can ride you to the other side? Teng Ying rolled his eyes. Didn't this old lunatic say that I can't go back to my original body? If I get discovered, it will be troublesome. The Kylin Thunder Eagle was indeed a treasure all over, and Zhu Rong kept thinking about the scales on his body. Now your life is in danger if you become a Kylin Thunder Eagle. You will be able to fly out very quickly, and when the time comes, you can just change back. In this kind of desolate place, there won't be many strong warriors. Also advised, thinking about how cool it would be to be able to ride on a primordial beast. Teng Ying had already gotten familiar with these guys long ago, and it was not the first time Yin Xiaodao and the others had intentions to get close with him. D.A.M. and Fatty, don't even think about it. You're the one who led the way, and this is all your fault. Ting Ying snorted. In the endless hot desert, the scorching sun emitted waves of terrifying heat, making the entire desert feel like a huge steamer, steaming hot. There's something strange about this desert. We are at the Nirvana realm after all, yet it's so hot that it looks like a dog. 15 Weilong grabbed a handful of silt and stared at the sand in his palms. Oh, Bleak Dragon, you've said this dozens of times. Those with no brains can tell that there's something strange in this desert. You don't need to remind me. Zhu Rong used his leg to stir up some sand, sighing helplessly. Teng Ying thought for a moment, then said, I thought of one possibility, that is that there is a very powerful flame energy below. Maybe the legendary Earth Core is releasing heat. Zhu Rong clapped his hands and said, That's right, it's very likely that it was formed very recently. We have already traveled here for more than a month, and should be able to pass us by soon. Tang Ying's face suddenly became ugly. If the Earth's core is unstable, then maybe even more heat will come out from this place. The Earth's core is said to be a place where the fire dragons can burn. Yun Xiao Dao shouted loudly. If we don't hurry up and leave, won't we be in danger? Bald Eagle, what are you waiting for? Quick, transform. Xiao Cho shouted. This place is very close to Pill City. Dan Fragrance Pure Land is still very powerful here. You don't have to worry about being captured. Zhu Rong also urged her, hurry up and transform. It changed as soon as he said it, and Tang Ying's body erupted with a blue light, which stirred up a berserk aura. All the people around him were blown away, and immediately sand swirled and a sandstorm arose. Then a Qilin appeared. It had deep blue scales all over its body, and its body was as large as an elephant. It had a pair of blue steel wings. Blue flames gushed out from the surface of his body, but there was no heat. He flapped his powerful steel wings and roared, hurry up and come up. Ting Ying sent a few sound transmissions to Yun Xiaodao and the others. Ting Ying's sudden transformation had made Yun Xiaodao and the rest eat a lot of sand, but they did not say much as the four of them jumped onto Ting Ying's back. Ting Ying flapped his wings, flying high up in the sky, using his fastest speed to fly forward. If it was like this a long time ago, we would have arrived at Dan City a long time ago. This is King Great. If I had such an archaic strange beast as my mount, hee. Zhu Rong said smilingly as he blew the cool breeze in the air. Teng Ying roared, expressing his dissatisfaction. My poor Black Hawk has died somewhere. When he had just entered the Super Martial School, he had already caught a Black Hawk. It only took them 2 days to fly out of the desert, and now they were shuttling through a beautiful forest. Just as they were bathing in it, a scorching hot storm suddenly attacked. As the wind blew through the forest, the entire forest was dried up and then set ablaze. What bad luck! Yun Xiaodao jumped out from the pond. Without wearing any clothes, he started to run frantically. Everyone else was the same. If they didn't leave now, they would be burned by that terrifying heat. They ran frantically for more than 10 days before finally arriving at a relatively safe place. At this moment, they saw a group of people flying towards them. Stop! I have something to ask you. A handsome man shouted to Yun Xiaodao and the others coldly. This man was the son of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, Jing Xingliang. Yun Xiaodao and the others were not people that were easy to mess with. Even if they were weaker than their opponents, they would still go all out to fight them. Yun Xiaodao and the others were not people that were easy to mess with. Even if they were weaker than their opponents, they would still go all out to fight them. Now that they were stopped by someone like this, the anger in their hearts immediately flared up. All the way from the Super Martial School, their mood had been extremely bad, and now someone dared to provoke them like this, was purely challenging their bottom line. Kid, what King ATTI toot is this? Yun Xiaodao turned and said coldly. The group of people that flew over were not only from Peach Blossom Prince's group, but also those from other forces. It was obvious that they were heading towards that desert. Peach Blossom Prince was originally a very arrogant person, and Yun Xiaodao and the rest were in a very sorry state. So of course they wouldn't be put in his eyes. What did you just say? Jing Xingliang's face darkened, his eyes revealing killing intent. Kid, what King ATTI toot is that? Yun Xiaodao roared again. The people behind Jing Xingliang were all stunned. There was actually someone who dared to yell at the Son of Heaven, and even used such vulgar language? Behind Jing Xingliang were some disciples of famous sects and a few girls. The Heavenly Peach Blossom, Heavenly Girl Mujialan, was also here, and she could only watch from the side. Country B, you, Mkin, you're quite bold. Do you know who he is? He is the Son of Heaven of Peach Blossom Imperial Land. A tall and skinny young man behind Jing, Xingliang sneered. Huh. The Son of Heaven is amazing. As Son of Heaven and Son of Heaven of White Sea Imperial Land were all killed by someone. This greasy peach blossom prince of yours wouldn't be any better. Yun Xiaodao said in disdain. Jing Xingliang and the rest's faces changed. Someone was actually provoking them. Why are you wasting time with them? If you want to make a move, then hurry up and do it. If you don't, then hurry up and leave. The next wave is coming. Xiao Chou rubbed his bald head. His current strength was unfathomable, and he had benefited greatly from great strength races gathering. Jing Xingliang clenched his fists and was about to attack, but Mu Jialan anxiously stopped him. I think we should wait for leader to come in first. It's really dangerous in front. Just then, Ting Ying's face changed and shouted, Run, it's coming again. Hearing this, Zhu Rong and the others immediately ran, but a flame storm suddenly surged in front of them. From afar, it looked like countless fiery red demons were baring their fangs and brandis, plussing their claws as they roared out, and any place they said by would be burnt into sand. When Peach Blossom Prince and the rest saw this, they had no choice but to run. They could clearly feel that if they touched those flames, they would definitely be burnt to ashes. How can these be? You, Mkins, run so fast? A man who was running wildly behind them cursed. At this moment, he had been scorched by the heat of the flames until his blood was almost completely evaporated. At this time, Zhu Rong laughed out loud. I say, you princes, quickly run away. Otherwise you will be burnt to ashes, and not even ashes will you guys be left, haha. Seeing that those lagging fellows had ashen faces, Yun Xiaodao laughed out loud. Quick! Get your greasy Peach Blossom Prince to save you all. Let him use the Peach Blossom Immortal Dew, haha. The Peach Blossom Immortal Dew has all fallen. XV Weilong added, Don't be complacent. Peach Blossom Prince was also furious. Now that they were on fire, the few fellows in front could actually run so fast, and even had the mood to tease them. Mu Jialan saw that the young men in front of him were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise their speed would not be so fast. Yun Xiaodao and the others had just received a very cruel training. That was why their escaping abilities were so powerful. This was the result of Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin's special training. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had said. Xiao Chou and the others had already left that Son of Heaven and Sky Woman behind. As for what was happening in that desert, none of them knew. It was Tung Ying's guess that there was a crack in the ground that caused such a terrifying flame to gush out. After going through so many dangers, Xiao Chou and the rest finally arrived at Pill City and entered the Super Martial School's business. It was a relatively simple hotel and was originally arranged to deal with the demon race. But after Huang Jintian came out, the demon race did not dare to act rashly and had even made peace. That was why they came with him to train and look for Chun Xiang in the Pill City. 1 billion spar being teleported. 5 people would be 5 billion. He earned so much that he killed those BASTARDS. Zhu Rong bit on his pig's leg angrily. We don't even have 500 million spar now, but elder brother Shin will definitely be rich. Yun Xiaodao said, Yes, we still owe him a large amount of spar. Zhu Rong thought about this, his face full of dejection. Chun Xiang gave them a lot of pills. They were all on credit, but they had gathered enough spar-s, so they came this time to repay their debts. You guys are in such a sorry state. What happened on the way? A scholar with a jade-like face and wearing a white robe walked in with a fan in his hand and a smile on his face. It was Lien Mingdong, D.A.M.N. scholar. You have a good father. Of course, you wouldn't know what happened on our journey. Yun Xiaodao was unhappy. Oh, what kind of hards? H.I. plus PS have all of you endured? Lien Mingdong laughed. Xiao Chou picked up a bowl of vegetables and threw it at Lien Mingdong. Lien Mingdong was unable to dodge in time, and his snow-white robes were covered with vegetables and oil. Seeing Lien Mingdong being so relaxed, he was very unhappy, but he laughed now. I'm more comfortable now. How satisfying. Yun Xiaodao laughed. Tang Ing shook his head. He did not understand what these humans were doing. Although he had spent so much effort on one dish, he could not understand why they would be so happy. Lien Mingdong only laughed. I heard that the people from the Peach Blossom Prince are looking for you. According to their description, you guys have offended him. How many spar are they offering us as bounty? Zhu Rong's eyes lit up and asked anxiously, 100,000 spar. Lien Mingdong's words made Yun Xiaodao and the others unhappy. Scholar, where is he now? Let's go beat him up, cripple him, raise the price of his Peach Blossom Imperial Land us a little, and then you cooperate with us to set a trap for their spar. Zhu Rong laughed sinisterly. Not a bad idea, I agree. Yun Xiaodao nodded. Lien Mingdong shook his head and laughed. Aren't you guys too poor? But now we have a huge opportunity to make a killing, and that is in a forest outside the city. There are many rare demon beasts that are fire attributed. Beating demon beasts to sell spar, this method is too slow. Zhu Rong shook his head. However, there is a very precious demon beast inside. Rumor has it that it is worth over 100 billion. Lien Mingdong's words almost made their ALLs pop out of their sockets. Lien Mingdong continued to speak. Because there is some movement in the core of the earth, and a large amount of terrifying flames surged out. That place has now become a very terrifying and dangerous place, called Earth's Core Fire Realm. Many fire-attributed demon beasts hide in the forests near that area and absorb the core fire chi to cultivate. It's just like the bald eagle said. It's indeed a matter of the Earth's core. Our lives were almost lost there. Yun Xiaodao gasped. Chun Xiang was now refining iron bone dan in the forest near the Earth's core fire realm. He had continuously refined iron bone dan for over 5 months. Chun Xiang had already hidden himself to concoct pills for more than half a year now, but the ancient powers were still searching for his traces. Now that the Earth's core fire realm had appeared, a large group of experts once again appeared in Pill City. Chun Xiang had already hidden himself to concoct pills for more than half a year now, but the ancient powers were still searching for his traces. Now that the Earth's core fire realm had appeared, a large group of experts once again appeared in Pill City. The reason Earth's core fire realm appeared was because the heat in the center of the Earth had already exceeded its limit and burst out with an intense flame from the center of the Earth. The area that it covered was around the size of several continents of the King S. Those city lord who had noticed that something was amiss had already moved their cities and avoided the calamity before the fire domain had formed. However, there were still many cities that failed to escape, turning into ashes in the sea of fire. Earth's core fire realm was a very dangerous place, but there were countless gems inside, all erupting from the Earth's core. These gems could not melt in the scorching heat of the Earth, which showed just how strong the heat resistance was. Furthermore, there were rumors that some fire-tribute medicinal herbs would erupt from below the Earth's core. Medicinal ingredients that could survive in the Earth's core, no matter what, were all very precious, especially for those who cultivated the fire attribute. Other than this, there were also many other rare fire beasts that rushed towards the forests near the Earth's core fire realm. They absorbed the fire energy that the Earth's core fire realm spewed out, using it for cultivation. The more powerful demon beasts entered the Earth's core fire realm. It was said that there were a lot of fire-type demon beasts that specialized in controlling flames. Chun Xiang was also near the forest. In the past half-year, he had been focused on concocting pills, but he could still feel the changes outside. Fortunately, he was not very close to the Earth's core fire realm. Otherwise, he would have turned this place into a sea of fire. Long Shui was in charge of lookout. After she discovered that something was amiss, she used her Heaven Tour method to fly even further away and investigate. She immediately determined that it was caused by the core of the Earth, but it did not affect Qinxiang. Qinxiang had already refined over 1,000 sets of Iron Bone Dan's medicine together. With such a large number of medicine aura being compressed by his powerful mana, it formed into a small ball of mist, causing the Yanlong furnace to constantly tremble. At the same time, he was consuming more and more innate qi, because he had to release even more powerful flames to maintain the temperature necessary to condense the pill. At this time, the quality of the medicine aura in the furnace was very high. If Qinxiang did not have the support of his mana, he would not be able to suppress this vast wave of medicine aura. If he did not have to, he did not want to use this method of pill refinement anymore because it was simply too strenuous. If not for him consuming a large amount of medicinal pellets every day to recover his innate qi and Li, he would not have been able to hold on for this long. However, there were still some effects, especially for the high and scary quality. Although he had not succeeded in condensing the pill yet, the medicine aura in the pill furnace made him excited. The mountain forest that Qinxiang was in was also very strange. Although they were near the Earth's core fire realm, the trees here did not die from the heat. Instead, they released a cool energy that enveloped the entire mountain forest. Therefore, it was the best place for many of the demonic beasts to live. These demonic beasts all had their own special methods, which was to absorb the anger of the Earth's core fire realm outside the forest. Yun Xiaodao, Xiao Chou, Tengying, XV Weilong, Zhu Rong, and Lian Mingdong. The 6 of them were also searching for the strange beast in the forest. They were not the only ones who were looking for the beast. Many of them were, especially Yun Xiaodao and the rest. If they did not have enough sparres, they would have to walk on foot to return to the super martial school. Inside the cave, Qinxiang had already reached the final stage of condensing the core. At the last moment, you have to hold on. Su Meiyao saw that Qinxiang's face was covered in perspiration. His face was pale as he shouted anxiously. It was not easy to successfully condense a super Iron Bone Dan. At this time, all of the innate qi in Qinxiang's body was being drained, and the heaven fire that was formed from the converging genuine qi of 5 elements could only barely hold on. Fortunately, he cultivated the divine way and had that bizarre Li. It was extremely effective in suppressing those ferocious medicine aura. The trembling pill furnace weighed tens of thousands of pounds at the moment. The super Iron Bone Dan was made from thousands of medicinal ingredients, and they were all squeezed together to form a pressure. Qinxiang's furnace was not an ordinary furnace. It was a Yanlong furnace, a holy level dragon tool. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand such pressure. The entire small mountain started to shake following the pill furnace, and Qinxiang was getting closer and closer to successfully condensing the pill. After an hour, the mountain where Qinxiang was at became quiet. The Yanlong furnace was SHI plus Ning with a red light, like a red gem, and when Qinxiang was refining the super Iron Bone Dan, he used the power of the Yanlong furnace, causing it to return to its original state. He opened the lid, and golden light gushed out in all directions. It was as if he was holding a miniature golden sun in his hand. So powerful! Qinxiang's eyes were stung by the super Iron Bone Dan's light. The golden light this Iron Bone Dan was emitting made Qinxiang feel a slight change in his body. It's not as heavy as I imagined. It's about the same weight as an ordinary pill. But its quality is just too high. It's already at the heaven-level pill stage. Qinxiang found it hard to imagine that he would actually be able to successfully refine such an unusual heaven-level pellet. There have been a lot of Pa-S, Sursby these days. Something big seems to have happened outside. Long Shui said. Qinxiang needed a lot of time to digest this super Iron Bone Dan. He did not want to be disturbed. Right when he was about to lay down a few more array formations, Su Meiyao said, "We might as well go outside and cultivate in the Sea of Fire." Long Shui nodded his head. "That's right. That place is the result of the eruption of the Earth's core. Even some of the old fellows would not be able to reach that place." Qinxiang spent a day to adjust his condition and then left the cave. The moment he released his spiritual sense, he could feel the direction of the Earth's core fire realm. After that, he madly rushed over, not even trying to conceal his appearance. These auras are very familiar. Qin Xiang was startled. He then used his heaven tour method and flew towards the Qi. It's Xiao Dao and the rest. They're finally here. Qin Xiang laughed. I didn't think that I would get into a fight with the Peach Blossom Prince. Yun Xiao Dao and the others were looking for the strange beast. While Peach Blossom Prince and the rest were here, they could not avoid running into it, since they were all from the strong younger generation. Go and greet them. First break through, then fight with the heavenly sons. Sumeyao said, Why is it you again, Peach Blossom, white-faced monkey? You really are like a woman, pestering us all day long. Are you done yet? We have no interest in men, and our scholars are much more innocent than you are. Zhu Rong patted Lian Mingdong's shoulder. He was unhappy because when they were chasing the strange beast, they were suddenly stopped by Peach Blossom Prince. Lian Mingdong glared at Zhu Rong fiercely, but that Peach Blossom Prince was even angrier. Especially after knowing that this group of people were all Qin Xiang's friends, he couldn't help but want to kill them all and lure Qin Xiang out. Jing Xingliang and Mu Jialan, the heavenly daughter of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, were together. Beside them were a few disciples from influential forces who looked to be quite strong, with a total of 10 people. Jing Xingliang and Mu Jialan, the heavenly daughter of the Peach Blossom Imperial Land, were together. Beside them were a few disciples from influential forces who looked to be quite strong, with a total of 10 people. However, Yun Xiao Dao and the others did not seem to be afraid at all. Dam, and Fatty, you were the first to insult me. Don't blame me for being impolite. Jing Xingliang was filled with anger. No one had ever called him a white-faced monkey before. But what made him unbearable was that this fatty with a cheap mouth actually suspected that he was gay. Seeing that Jing Xingliang was going to go berserk, Zhu Rong quickly kept his mouth shut and calmly retreated a few steps, hiding behind Xiao Chou and the others. One of them was Great Strength Race, while the other one was a Kylan Thunder Eagle. Both of them were very strong. White-faced monkey, it was you who provoked us so many times. If you didn't stop us, we would have caught that white flame heavenly horse long ago. You caused us to lose hundreds of billions of yuan. No matter how many times you sold your chrysanthemums, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Yun Xiao Dao said angrily. Qin Xiang was using the heaven tour method to watch, and when he heard the conversation between Zhu Rong and himself, he nearly fell flat on his face. These two things are probably trying to anger Peach Blossom Prince to death. Qin Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jing Xingliang was so angry that her whole body was trembling, her white, jade-like handsome face, her muscles twitching. Her eyes looked like they could shoot out 2 fire dragons at any time, extremely terrifying. Just as Jing Xingliang was about to attack, 2 black figures suddenly flashed out. A young man and a young woman suddenly appeared. Chen Xiang recognized one of the men. It was the son of the Qin family, Tianzi. He had fought with the White Sea Prince before, and his name was Qin Meng. The girl beside Qin Meng should be the heavenly daughter of the Qin clan. Her name was Qin Yao. Not only did she possess a peerless beauty, she also had extraordinary strength. Then, another lady dressed in a white dress slowly flew over. It was Ji Meixian. Just as Ji Meixian arrived, followed by the Feng clan's heavenly girl, Feng Yuha. Feng Yuha wore a long ponytail, dressed in a luxurious blue dress, giving off blee aura, but her entire person looked extremely cold, as though she was thousands of miles away. For heavenly daughters, 2 heavenly sons. This was the heavenly maiden of the 2 great Tong Tian aristocratic family S and 2 great saints in the south, representing the strongest younger generation. The girls did not try to hide their appearances at the moment. Each of them had their own unique characteristics and different temperaments. All of them had the same thing in common, that they were all very beautiful and powerful. Ji Meixian naturally knew that Qinxiang was Russ. Plussing over. Her spirit sense was very sharp, especially towards Qinxiang. The relations H-I plus P between these heavenly women was quite good, but the Son of Heaven and the Son of Heaven often fought each other. At this time, they were only here to watch a show. XV Weilong's slanted eyes swept across the group of people in front of him and coldly said, "Are all of you going to attack together? You guys think too highly of yourselves. I can handle you all by myself." Peach Blossom Prince's killing intent surged. He took out a long sword and fiercely thrust it at Yun Xiaodao. Just then, everyone felt as if a dragon suddenly flew over. The exuberant blood aura, terrifying dragon power, and boiling hot air made everyone feel like it was a fire dragon. The one that came wasn't a dragon, but was close enough. It was Qinxiang who cultivated the top dragon extinction, the Taiji dragon suppressed Kung Fu, that he could unleash a strong dragon power. Qinxiang jumped from the distance and stood in front of Yun Xiaodao, using 2 fingers to pinch his sword. "You're thinking too highly of yourself, you reckless white monkey." Qinxiang laughed, and dragon power appeared from the tip of his finger, breaking the sword that was of good quality. The 4 heavenly women and the 2 heavenly sons were suddenly moved. They instinctively took a few steps back because they could sense that the person in front of them was very dangerous. "Qinxiang!" Mu Jialan screamed. "Smelly brat, we've let you show off. We've painstakingly brewed for so long, and we've angered that white-faced monkey. What did you do at such a crucial time?" Zhu Rong slapped Qinxiang's head and said unhappily. Qinxiang laughed and then looked at the 4 heavenly women. "These heavenly girls are not bad. They are barely able to be my female slaves. You better not have any designs on them." The 4 heavenly girls were immediately furious and embarrassed. As said, Qinxiang actually dared to publicly humiliate them, these aloof and elegant heavenly girls. "Insulting our Qin family's heavenly daughter. You are courting death. Take this." Qin Meng struck out with his palm, but Qinxiang dodged. "I'll leave these guys to you. I'm going to transcend the tribulation." Qinxiang threw down those words and disappeared in a flash. Son of A.B***, TCH. It's one thing to steal our limelight, but at least we have to ATCH it to the end. Let's just kill this annoying white-faced monkey and leave. Zhu Rong took out a huge mace and smashed it towards Jing Xingliang. When Xiao Chou saw the 4 heavenly girls, anger filled his face, and he muttered in a low voice, "Master, this guy, he did it on purpose. This time the matter is blown up." Qin Meng had originally wanted to chase after Qinxiang, but because Qinxiang wanted to undergo tribulation, he didn't dare go. "Yuha, aren't you going to kill that brat? Didn't you suffer a great loss at the hands of his sister?" Ji Meixian said, being chased away by Leng Yulan. She felt that this was the only humiliation in her life. But now that Qinxiang wanted to take her in as a female slave, she saw it as one of the most shameful things. "I'll get my revenge sooner or later. This guy has a woman like Xue Xianxian, but he's still so dishonest. Men are indeed not good people. If there's a chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." After Feng Yuhe finished speaking, he left with a belly full of anger. Mu Jialan sighed. She had always been good to Qinxiang previously, but she never thought that Qinxiang would actually want to take her as his female slave. On the other hand, Ji Meixian was open-minded, because this was not the first time she knew that Qinxiang had this thought. Yun Xiaodao and the others were very strong, so strong that they said the expectations of the heavenly sons. Furthermore, these few people did not even know how to write the word shameless. The 6 of them attacked together, and their moves were extremely sinister. Their 6 hands specially picked out vital spots to strike, piercing their eyes, scratching their kidneys, stealing peaches from monkeys. They only lasted an instant, and Jing Xingliang was already sent flying on the spot, spitting a few mouthfuls of blood. After sending Jing, Xingliang flying, they ran off without looking back, which made everyone start cursing. Of course, they were chasing after the white flame, heavenly horse. This white flame, heavenly horse had a white, and hundreds of billions of spar were rare. If they were to be auctioned off, it would be the business of hundreds of billions of spar. Chun Xiang ran very fast, and soon after, he entered the earth's core fire realm. Along the way, he released his divine sense and gathered the conversation of the people in the forest. Only then did he find out about the earth's core fire realm. White flame heavenly horse, a demonic beast that possesses a strange white fire soul. No wonder Xiao Dao and the rest are chasing after it with all their might. Chun Xiang knew that the horse was very precious, but he needed to make a breakthrough first, because after the heaven-earth killing method appeared, it led to many other powerful ancient powers, with even more powerful warriors. Chun Xiang entered the earth's core fire realm, and this was a sea of flames. A large piece of land was burning with a raging inferno, and deep down, the color of the flames would be different. He released the Suzaku fire wing and flew inside for 3 days. Only then, in the area of green flames, he estimated that the layer below him was blue fire and then purple fire. 2 days later, he confirmed his guess, and indeed, he had come to the area of purple flame. This place was quite far from Pill City and was a place where very few people could enter. The purple fire domain is truly fierce. Even I can feel the pressure. I wonder just what level is down there. Chun Xiang continued to fly. The Earth's core fire realm was divided into many levels. Each level was arranged according to the color of the fire soul, and were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The Earth's core fire realm was divided into many levels. Each level was arranged according to the color of the fire soul, and were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Amongst the fire soul, the purple fire soul represented the best fire soul, but the Tianyang fire soul and earthly fire soul that Chun Xiang had previously obtained both Serpa said the purple fire soul, so they didn't have any special colors. Even his current heaven fire soul was only the color of ordinary flames. He wanted to see what sort of region underneath the purple fire domain was and what sort of flames there were. Within the purple fire soul, a sea of purple flames spewed out fire from the depths of the blazing fire energy. The flames of the entire Earth's core fire realm were all 3,000 meters high, and the sky was the hottest place. No one dared to casually fly above the fire domain. White flames. Chun Xiang flew for 2 days before Pa-S, seeing through the purple flame region and arriving at an area covered in white flames. At this point, his entire body felt a burning pain. His body combined with the heaven fire soul. The only way to make it here was to come here. If it was anyone else, they would have probably died halfway, but he still had to continue forward. Within the vast expanse of white-colored fire domain, Chun Xiang could not feel any signs of life, and he also did not see any of the legendary spirit medicines or precious stones, nor did he see any powerful fire-attributed demon beasts. He had only walked for half a day in the white fire domain, and was already at the limit of what he could endure. His entire body was in extreme pain and heat, unless he used profound Wu diamond armor S to enter, which meant nothing to him. Just stay here. With me here, you can relax and cultivate. Long Shui laughed. She also wanted to go out for a stroll now, so she was naturally not afraid of the flames here. Chun Xiang had set up an array which could hide in one place and form an illusion array. However, it was not a simple matter to set up an array formation in this white fire domain. After laying down the array, Chun Xiang took out the super iron bone Dan, and the golden light it emitted made the white flames here much weaker. The fire energy here is really good. I wonder if it can be used to strengthen my fire soul and make it stronger? Chun Xiang thought as he ate the iron bone Dan. An entire iron bone Dan burst out from his abdomen. Gus. Plussing out a large amount of bizarre energy that drilled into his bones and then gushed out from them, strengthening his muscles, blood, and meridians. If one were to cut open Chun Xiang's body, one would be able to see that his blood, muscles, and bones were all gold. He activated the body-tempering sacred art, the profound Wu physical exercise, and used the Fire Go D method and the Taiji dragon-suppressed Kung Fu as support. This way, he could completely unleash the power of this super iron bone Dan and temper his body even more appropriately. After the profound Wu physical exercise was activated, the medicinal power surged into his limbs and bones. A stronger medicinal power shot straight into his spirit, at the same time tempering his soul. At this moment, his entire body was SHI plus Ning with a golden light, as if he was a holy king. His entire body circulated with a golden light, causing the white flames in the surroundings to lose their L-U-S-ter. The reason he chose to eat the iron bone Dan here was to make use of the flames here to achieve an even more ideal goal. He circulated the Fire Go D method, absorbed the intense white flames, and entered his body. Right now, his hair had been tempered to an incomparably tough state, and when he used this terrifying white flame on his body, it brought him a great deal of pain. My bone soul has changed. Qin Xiang was suddenly shocked. He had been cultivating for 10 days now, and the mysterious bone soul hidden in the bones suddenly released a strange white light that was Nori's. HI plussing all the bones in his body. Only when one's physical body is strong enough will bone soul be born, and Qin Xiang's bone soul was obtained when fusing with the devil-suppressing blood. Your bones have given birth to another bone soul. Now the two bone soul are fusing together. This is too shocking, it's unbelievable. If you succeed in fusing them, what would happen? Long Shui said in shock. Ah. Qin Xiang let out a wild roar, and his body immediately spewed out a burst of flames. Your fire dragon Kung Fu soul is finally about to evolve. If you aren't very strong, you normally won't be able to use your martial spirit as you wish. You need to cultivate your martial spirit to a certain degree before it can display its full power, Su Meiyao said. Looks like he's going to have his immortal devil body broken through. If he broke through, then he could cultivate in the sacred body. Legend has it that no one has ever been able to reach that level. Baiyu said, large success of immortal devil body. And Qin Xiang was just in nirvana stage. It was hard to imagine. He could probably shake a nirvana realm warrior with his bare flesh, plus that terrifying innate chi. His strength was unimaginable. The twin bone soul S could not exist together and had to fuse together. However, the fusion process made Qin Xiang feel as if all the bones in his body were going to split, and he was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Boo! Oh. Qin Xiang's body suddenly spewed out a gold light, bringing about a very terrifying chi, which completely destroyed the array he had set up, causing the clothes on his body to be destroyed, and his robust body to continuously spew out blood. His muscles tensed up and was already cracking. Just when he felt that he could not take it any more, a refres, H.I. plussing fragrance suddenly came over. The fragrance of the Virgin was intoxicating for Qin Xiang, as if there was some strange power that caused him less pain, and it became quiet. Her jade face that was breathtakingly beautiful was filled with worry. She saw that Qin Xiang was powerless and fell down, flying over gently like smoke. Qin Xiang only felt that he was lying in an embrace that was as gentle as water, which made him feel extremely comfortable. He forcefully opened his eyes and saw a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar, beautiful face. This woman was actually the #1 beauty of Super Martial School, Wu Qianqian. Although her clothes were simple and unadorned, her elegant and refined temperament made people feel that she did not seem like someone from the mortal realm. Her delicate and refined face carried a trace of mature charm, and at this moment her eyebrows were slightly knitted. Qianqian! Qin Xiang powerlessly shouted in alarm. He did not expect Wu Qianqian to actually appear here. The Wu Qianqian in front of him was indeed the he recognized. However, she had changed a lot. Although she was simple, she had an invisible Blee aura around her that gave off the aura of an empress. Hold on. Wu Qianqian could tell that Chen Xiang was using some extreme methods to cultivate. She was not afraid of Chen Xiang's blood dirtying her, and just let Chen Xiang lie in her arms. Back then, it was Chen Xiang who helped her fuse with the Blue Star Fire Soul, allowing her to step onto a road of strong people. She never thought that this kind of thing would actually turn the tables on her, but she didn't think that she was helping Chen Xiang. Wu Qianqian had changed a lot. She was as gentle as water, and her entire body was releasing a strange and gentle fragrance, as though it could melt a person. She gently hugged Chen Xiang, and a layer of silver white mist shrouded her hand as she gently caressed the cracks on Chen Xiang's body. This woman. Just what kind of fortuitous encounters did you have to be able to emit that kind of strange body fragrance and release this kind of energy from the living dead? Su Meiyao was extremely shocked. Chen Xiang's body is very strong. It is definitely not something that can be repaired with ordinary spirit medicines, but she can just lightly touch it. Bai Yu exclaimed. Chen Xiang, who was originally in incomparable pain, now felt very comfortable, but it didn't last for long as the pain and comfort accompanied him at the same time, causing his body to gradually become stronger as well. Chen Xiang's body was initially cracking open, and blood was flowing out from the cracks. But after being nourished by Wu Qianqian's mystical energy, he recovered very quickly. Chen Xiang's body was initially cracking open, and blood was flowing out from the cracks. But after being nourished by Wu Qianqian's mystical energy, he recovered very quickly. Wu Qianqian frowned slightly. Her pair of jade hands seemed to possess a very strange ability, which allowed her to clearly feel that Chen Xiang's body was extremely strong. But this powerful body was still suffering from such a cruel torture. She was very curious about what happened to Chen Xiang. His self-recovery ability is very strong. What kind of body is this? Wu Qianqian was apprehensive. With her help, the speed of recovery of Chen Xiang's flesh that was constantly cracking was even faster, but they had just been repaired and then immediately cracked again. This repeated cycle made Chen Xiang's body become stronger, as though he had been tempered. The reason why Chen Xiang was like this was because he had eaten that super iron bone dan, resulting in his own bones to breed his own bone soul, and he had fused with the bone soul he had obtained while fusing with the devil-suppressing blood before. The super iron bone dan's medicinal strength had not been completely used up yet. When the twin bone soul fused with it, the super iron bone dan's medicinal strength would thoroughly permeate into his body. He was using the profound Wu physical exercise to digest the medicine even more thoroughly. What a dense medicinal fragrance. This level of medicinal fragrance, at least it's a heaven-level pill. Wu Qianqian muttered. At this moment, she allowed Chen Xiang to lean on her body, and her jade hand was placed on Chen Xiang's chest, releasing that bizarre healing energy, allowing this energy to flow along with Chen Xiang's heartbeat and circulate throughout his entire body. After 3 days, Chen Xiang's skin no longer cracked. Seeing that Chen Xiang had stabilized himself, Wu Qianqian heaved a sigh of relief. Her beautiful face revealed a charming and enchanting smile. Chen Xiang's body had become stronger after going through multiple tempering sessions. However, it was not at the level of the large success of a mortal devil body that Su Meiyao and his group had expected, but it was not far off. After going through so many days of torture, he was already extremely tired. Breathing in the intoxicating fragrance of Wu Qianqian's body, he hugged his delicate body as he slept soundly. Chen Xiang suddenly woke up after a long time. At this time, he realized that his body had already been washed by someone, and he was even wearing a set of very comfortable white clothes. Chen Xiang woke up and looked at Wu Qianqian with great shock. His surroundings was still filled with white flames, but the place he was at was very special. However, Wu Qianqian was sitting right next to the pool of water. With a touch of captivating red on her cheeks and a gentle smile on her face, she blinked her beautiful watery eyes at him, then mischievously stuck out her tongue at him. Wu Qianqian, who was in front of him right now, didn't even bat an eyelid. Qian, what is this place? It's all thanks to you helping me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Although Chen Xiang didn't understand what had happened, he could guess that Wu Qian had changed a lot and become very strong. Previously, Hua Xiangyue had told him that Wu Qian would become the successor to the Dan Fragrance Pure Land and that she was nurturing him. This woman helped you bathe and dress you. Long Xue laughed and said, luckily she was very honest and didn't touch randomly. When he was unconscious and was being taken care of by a woman. This was not the first time this had happened. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had done this to him before. Why are you being polite with me? Wu Qian walked over and waved her hand. The white stone bed and the lake all disappeared, which caused Qin Xiang to be extremely surprised. That was just a method to prevent the flames from coming. Wu Qian looked at Qin Xiang in shock and laughed softly. Qin Xiang looked at the plain and beautiful woman in front of him. Every time he saw Hua Xiangyue, he would always ask him about Wu Qian, but Hua Xiangyue had never told him about it. Long time no see. How have you been? I missed you. Although Wu Qian had changed a lot, he was still very familiar with him. They had lived in the Super Dan Imperial College for a period of time, and their relations. I plus P was very good. It's all right. The elder Dan has been taking good care of me. Wu Qian lowered his head and said with a low voice, I really miss you too. Qin Xiang was startled. An indescribable feeling surfaced in his heart, causing him to unconsciously hug Wu Qian, and he whispered, was it Hua Xiangyue who let you come here to train? This will help me. Wu Qian's heart was thumping hard. She hugged Qin Xiang tightly. You smell so good. Qin Xiang took a deep breath on the hair by her ear and laughed. I really want to take a bite. I only became like this after eating a fruit, but I can control the fragrance. Wu Qian said in a low voice, then pinched Qin Xiang's chest. Don't bite me randomly, I'm not tasty. Just as Qin Xiang wanted to do something, the whine of a healthy horse suddenly came over. It's white snow. Wu Qian was shocked. She immediately left Qin Xiang's embrace, seeing a white horse covered in white flames. This horse had a golden horn on its head, its eyes S-H-I, plus Ning with a gold light. Qin Xiang immediately guessed that this strong and STU, our DY single-horned white horse was the white flame heavenly horse that Yin Xiaodao and the others wanted to catch. White Snow said that someone is coming here. They are still in the purple fire domain. Wu Qian stroked the head of the white flame heavenly horse and said with a frown, the snow in her mouth was the name of that white flame heavenly horse. Long Xue immediately used her heaven tour method to probe. Because there was a raging fire here, her mind was affected, but she could still see who was coming over. From their clothes, they should be the older generation experts. They seem to be coming for you. Long Xue said. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said to Wu Qian, Qian, you go first. The speed of this white flame heavenly horse should be very fast. I'm not afraid of them catching up. Wu Qian nodded his head. It is indeed fast. Very few people can catch up to her. She is a friend that I made a long time ago. We came here together to cultivate, but she is a little mischievous and likes to run around. Qin Xiang laughed. Old Pig Dao and the others are capturing White Flame Heavenly Horse because it can be exchanged for spar. All their work is in vain now. Let's go together. Those people are most likely coming for you. Of course, Wu Qian was very clear about what had happened to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang shook his head, walked over, and kissed her vermilion lips, then said, I'm here to undergo the second nirvana tribulation. These fellows are here to seek death. How can I let them return alive? The moment Wu Qian kissed Wu Qian on her red lips, her face immediately turned very red. She sighed lightly and said with a face full of worry, Then you must be careful. These people aren't weak. And you are also undergoing the second tribulation of nirvana, which is very dangerous. Qin Xiang touched her burning cheeks and earlobes, laughed. It's okay, believe me. Wu Qianqian nodded, stood on his tiptoes, and also kissed Qin Xiang on the cheek. Fragrant and tender, gentle and beautiful. This kind of woman is the most delicious. Long Shui muttered, I want to eat. You evil and greedy little naughty dragon, stop thinking too much. Go and figure out the strength of those few fellows.